Hey, how are you? Hey, what's up, man? Come on. Hey, how you doing? Yeah. Yeah. So you say you're gonna meet city son? No, we're bringing them up tomorrow to meet them. Okay. I will bring it to my son to visit. Okay. Supposed to be today, but yeah. All right. I was working. Okay. Good. Good. Good.
Now Kathy got up. I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of Supervisors to order.
I'd like to call this meeting of the current King George County Service Authority to order.
I'd like everyone to stand for the invocation led by Supervisor Collins, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Please bow your heads. Dear Lord, we thank you. We thank you for your grace and your mercy. We also ask for wisdom and discernment as we bring about the business of the county. It is in your name we pray. Amen.
Liberty and justice for all.
Are there any amendments to the agenda?
Yes, they are, Mr. Chair. I would like to move that the NeoGov presentation be moved to after 01-1107, and we need to add a closed session for the Service Authority.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
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 It is changed. Next up is the public comment. Please keep your comments to 3 minutes to give everyone a chance to speak. When you do come into the podium, please just give your full name and just the district in which you vote in. First up on my list is Reverend Sherman Davis.
Good evening. I am Reverend Davis. I reside in the Dalvin District, 15203 Hall Road, King George. And I'm here to encourage you tonight with the Word of God and to pray for you wisdom and thank the Lord for your service. The book of James, Bible says, from whence come wars and fightings among you? Come they not hence, even of your lust that war in your members? Ye lust and have not, ye kill and desire to have and cannot obtain. You fight and war, yet ye have not, because ye ask amiss. And the scripture goes on to say, ye asked and received not, because ye asked amiss, that ye may consume it upon your own lust. And of course, amiss means they asked wrongly, they asked for the wrong reasons, they want to spend it for their own passions and upon their own lust. The word desire there simply means that they lust after or covet. I made mention Sunday this past week in church that after 48 years of pastor, and I've never had anyone come to me say, preacher, will you pray for me? My great sin is covetousness. I just covered. Will you pray for me? Now, it looks like that folks just kind of ignore that one. That is the 10th commandment. And if you break that one, you break all the other 9. So that's when the Apostle Paul said that he convicted him of being a sinner. Now, the scripture is serious. It has to test us about our desires. And the location of our conflict is not with some faraway battle, some faraway war somewhere in some other place over there. The battle, the Bible says, is in us. The war is in our own members. And so we fight and fuss because we have a war going on the inside, our own selves. The psalmist said in Psalm 24 in verse number 1, "The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein." In other words, it all belongs to God. The earth is the Lord's. And right now, it's, lack of a better terminology, it's kind of on loan. We're here and we drive our stakes on certain corners and we say, "This is mine." About 40 years ago, I bought 10 acres of property in King George, and I give $500 an acre for it. And I can't do that now. But anyway, I'll divide it up one day for my family. It'll be lotted out in different ways when I'm gone. Before I owned it, Virginia and Walnut Hill owned it before them. Bishop Meadows owned it before them. I'm not sure who owned it before all that. But people keep passing. People keep leaving the scene. And you haven't started my time yet. Thank the Lord. I get more. This is the Baptist night. Amen. And so we, anyway, it just gets divided up. And finally, we all do this number, fold our hands and leave it to somebody else. But everything you have received, everything that we have actually belongs to God. Everything that you received, I may have said this before, but everything you received in this life you have worked for. In other words, you living on God's earth, you breathing God's air, eating God's food, the abilities and talents and knowledges and understandings and all the things that God has given you, you've worked and used those abilities, used those talents, and you have earned what we call, "I worked for this and I earned it." Another way that people get things is they get a gift to them, a gift. Like I said, one of these days I will leave my family a gift. I'd like giving to them now while I'm alive, but anyway, somebody's giving you something. Another way you get it is you steal it. And a lot of that going on. And if you've done that, Sheriff, I think back here, you turn yourself in. But anyway, and confess it. And but you worked for it, you earned it. Someone gave it to you, or you stole it. The point is, when all is said and done, it will return to the original owner. The Lord Jesus Christ has the title deed. The whole earth belongs to the Lord, and sometimes we fuss over things that don't even belong to us. It's just on loan, and one day it'll all be absolutely meaningless. It's His. And if you inherit the things of the earth that God has given you because you have eternal life, because you've trusted Jesus Christ as your personal Savior, then that's going to be a great blessing one day to be in the kingdom with Him during the millennial reign. Hallelujah. I'm looking for the rapture myself today. He's coming back. And isn't it good to get up in the morning again and think and believe that common sense is back? Isn't that a good thought? Amen. And so I'm glad to find out that a man's still a man and a woman's still a woman, and there's two sexes, and I can preach that again without being sued, and I can preach against abortion and murdering babies and not being sued. Freedom of speech is back. What a wonderful thought. I rejoice in it. God bless you. Thank you for your service. I don't know how much time I took, but I'm done. God bless you. Thank you.
Bob Bard, please. Here.
Good evening, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen. Members of the board, I want to thank you. You'll have a hard job. One of the interesting jobs that you have is your job to cause the constituents to think, and you've certainly done that. With your proposals about the zoning change in A1, A2, and A3, You've caused a lot of commotion out there in the community. You've caused people to think. We had at the planning committee meeting, there was a tremendous amount of people here, a lot of comments. Some were complimentary, some weren't. We raised a lot of issues. I think that one thing came to mind is this is not a simple issue. It cannot be addressed simply by addressing the one change. We need to go back to the comprehensive plan, start from scratch, and build out a plan of what we actually need. We can't jump to conclusions. But thank you for raising the issue for us to think about. I look forward to following your further discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Anna Marie?
Hi, my name is Ana Maria Lobo. I live in President. Hi, my name is Ana Maria Lobo. I live in Presidential Lakes. First, I want to wish everyone a happy new year and a successful year, and thank for your service to the community. I would like to ask you to make good decisions for the community since you are part of our community. I would like to know how the service authority is really doing. It seems to have been in chaos for a long time. I just received this letter saying that it was political subdivision and operated as a separate entity from the county. Don't you think that they should have its own general manager, someone with experience like Mr. Whitley was, to be responsible for it? The service authority had problems in the 70s and 80s. I really thank you, all of you, for the service authority. They tried to fix it. The water was already expensive for some subdivisions, but for some subdivisions use well water, which is cheaper. Has any of you been checking on those wells houses that have had problems for a long time? Also, you say that Muni Billing will continue to print and mail our water bills. I think it's a big mistake to have the water billing done by Muni Billing. I feel that you should save more money by saving the King George County doing their own billing. The service authority should email the bill to the customers so they can pay in person the King George Treasury office like it was in the past. People that they don't have any mail account can request a bill by mail. And thank you for your service because you've been doing a lot of work. I know. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I have some paperwork that's showing you. Did you show them? They check it out, those things, because that's been in chaos for a long time. Please. Thank you.
All right, is there anybody else in the audience that'd like to speak? Is there anyone online?
Right, I received a correspondence before the meeting. My name is Ellen Spivey. I first would like to thank you for your willingness to serve King George County as a member of the Board of Supervisors. Not many people are willing to dedicate their time to such a difficult job. As a lifelong resident of King George, I was dismayed to learn of the downzoning resolution which the board is considering. I am puzzled as to when it was decided to pursue this and why. King George has always managed and controlled its growth with its strict zoning laws and remained a wonderful place to live. There is a good system in place which has served well. Now it appears that the board wants to assert control over what property owners will be able to do with their acreage, which is zoned agricultural. It seems that these changes will result in negative impacts not only to the individuals who own farmland, but to individuals in residential areas and to the tax revenue of this county. Hopefully, because you care enough to serve our county, you will care enough to listen to your constituents as they voice their concerns regarding this issue. Sincerely, Ellen Spivey.
Mr. Sullins?
Yes, sir. Thanks. I got another one from online. This is from Dave and Brenda Baird. Good evening, supervisors. My wife and I reside at 7430 Dogwood Lane. We have 35 acres and currently zoned A2. At some point in the future, we would like to do a family division and give our son 2 acres. Under the current zoning minimum lot size, we would be able to accomplish that. If the new minimum lot size is increased to 20 acres, we would not be able to do so. On a less personal note, I know there are many farmers that will carve off some acreage in order to sell and pay off bills or even to increase their nest egg for retirement. As a licensed land surveyor, I've surveyed many properties for that purpose. With the proposed minimum lot sizes, this substantially affects what the farmers can do with their land. I understand that by subdividing the agricultural zones that there are no proffers like a major subdivision. Therefore, these subdivisions are having an impact on emergency services, the school system, and roadways. For the most part, these agricultural subdivisions are not impacting the public utility sector since they're typically on private well and septic. I would ask that the Board of Supervisors consider other avenues of increasing the tax base for these public concerns rather than taking away people's land rights. Thank you for listening. Dave and Brenda Baird.
Is there any other correspondence? Let's go to reports from the members of the board. Lee, do you have anything to report?
Nothing to report this evening. Thank you.
Mr. Collins?
Nothing.
Mr. Shroud?
Yes, sir. I received correspondence from the Presidential Lakes HOA inspector concerning a growing concern for the well that they have over there. And we talked about before. The concern is that the fence is like halfway down and kids are going in there to play. And even though if they see them there, they run them out, but they can't be there all the time. So they're concerned about there being a safety hazard and such, and are asking us, the service authority, to look into it. So.
Anything else?
Well, I think it'll probably come out a little later, but I had some comments regarding the zoning and such. So I think that'll
Do it now?
come out. Yes, sir. I can talk about it now. There were some comments that were made during the planning commission. I mean, that was a long meeting last week at the planning commission concerning the zoning, and I realized that a lot of people made comments regarding our lack of transparency in this, but this began back in November the 4th when we first started talking about it. So some people don't listen to the Board of Supervisors meetings and don't really pay attention there, but whenever things blow up on social media, all of a sudden, you know, they start seeing it, which social media can be good for putting word out, but can also be good for spreading misinformation as well. So I don't live on social media myself. So often if I hear something, somebody has said something to me or showing me something on it. But there was a lot of negative stuff on social media about it. What I noticed is most of the information that was out there was coming from realtors. And there's a lot of the people that I know and talk to, and you know, I've talked to about 30 of my constituents recently, and they didn't share the same attitudes of the realtors. Is the rezoning a concern? Absolutely, it's a concern. Okay, so I think that as was pointed out by Mr. Baird a while ago, getting the communication going is a good thing. What's important is that we communicate facts, and that we look at you know, what information is available, and then we work together to come to what a good solution is. What we're trying to do is we do not want King George to become Northern Virginia. We had a survey that was done a couple years ago, I believe a couple years ago, and over 68% of our residents said they want King George to remain rural and retain its rural aspects. The only way we can do that is to restrict growth. Now, how do we restrict growth? Some of the misinformation, some of the people that had a problem with it was because they were concerned that they had property and they weren't going to be able to have their kids because they couldn't subdivide it and yada yada. The proposal, the initial proposal, which is all that's out there, is the initial proposal, did not affect any family subdivisions. So if it's a family subdivision, you're just not affected. If you want to subdivide your land to your family, for your kids, not affected. Doesn't even matter. The impotence is that there are developers and from outside King George as well, but people that would like to buy land and have been buying land, and they come in, buy 10 acres, subdivide it into 1 acre parcels, put houses on it, sell it, make a lot of money, boom, they roll on. If they even live here, then they roll on, and what's going to happen is, and somebody said, well, that doesn't affect our infrastructure. If it's a rural property, Ag 1, Ag 2, Ag 3, it doesn't affect our infrastructure. And what they're meaning to say is that it doesn't affect the water or sewer today, not in the future, but today. But what does it affect? It affects schools. It affects your fire department, the ambulance services, things that people come in here and complain about. And I say complain about, they're like, oh, you know, we need more ambulances, we need more fire trucks, we need ladder trucks, we need more firehouses. We're working to do this. It takes time and it takes money. Sheriff's Department, okay, as you get more people, you get more calls. And so all that requires what? More money. How much taxes, what's the percentage that one house pays of the tax requirement or the money that it takes to cover that? How much was it?
75%, Mr. Stroud. So there's a 25% of, that's all the services. So the number is 75%. So you're at 25% deficit each house that's built.
Okay, so 25% deficit. What does that mean? Got to come from somewhere. It just so happens that, you know, I did just a little homework myself, looked some things up, and so this right here, I got this off of this website called Virginia Demographics. So if you want to find it. So this is a tax rate. King George, 44% home value. Stafford, 7%. Caroline, 56%. Spotsylvania, 55%. Somebody made the comment that we're way undertaxed here. Well, who wants to be taxed more? Nobody has came up to me yet and said, Mr. Stroud, can you raise our taxes? Nobody's done that. But there's realtors, they're speaking, they say we're way undertaxed. Okay. Our population, King George, and this is, most of this is based off of 2022-23 Census Bureau records. King George, 28,568. Stafford, 167,687. Caroline, 32,640. Spotsylvania, 149,588. Because everybody wants to compare us to Stafford and Spotsy. Okay, you know, well, we don't pay our fire department enough. We don't pay them enough. There's a lot more money. I'm telling you, if you want to go there, they're not far away. Somebody said, well, our growth rate is way too low. Okay, our growth rate, same website, you can pull it up yourself. Our growth rate, 2.3%. Stafford, 1.38%. Caroline, 1.7%. Spotsylvania, 1.88%. We have the highest growth rate. Maybe this website, government website, I think, I don't know, Virginia Demographics, maybe they're wrong. So let's talk about facts. What do you want? You want to raise your taxes? You want to increase your growth rate? You want to build more houses? This effort to do this doesn't increase your taxes. People are saying, well, it's going to raise our taxes. How is it going to raise your taxes? It's not going to, what'll raise your taxes is more homes. We just talked about it. Okay? You can go to the Commissioner of Revenue yourself and ask them, is that a house, one house, and there's exceptions, we're talking general, cost us more than the taxes they pay. You build a house, who makes money on that? The realtor. That's who makes money. The county doesn't. We lose 25% for every one. Y'all make up the difference. Still got to build schools, got to get more buses, got to hire teachers. And you know what? You got to have more traffic on the road as if we don't have enough. There was another comment made. We got to have houses because if we don't have people living here, if we don't attract people and houses, then we can't have business. Businesses, you have to have more houses, more rooftops. Well, if that was the case, the people that live in King George and commute to DC wouldn't live here. They'd live in Blooming, DC, wouldn't they? Or they live in Fairfax or Loudoun, those counties. I just went up there last week myself. I drove through during the 1600 to 1800 time frame, or 1900 actually. It took me 3 hours. It's insane. You know, God bless the people that have to live there, and everybody else wants to leave. They want to come here. You don't go anywhere, and you don't go anywhere very fast. Traffic is a nightmare. You don't believe me? You can go experience that yourself any night of the week. Okay? We don't want this here. I don't want it here. I enjoy living here. I enjoy not very many red lights. I enjoy being able to go somewhere without sitting in traffic. That's what the people that I talk to want. I just wanted to add some information to the dialogue before, you know, a lot more misinformation is out there. And if you don't know where to find me, guys, you can find me. My office is right across from Domino's. You can text me. You can call me. I meet with, as I have time available, I meet with people. I don't restrict that. Ms. Santa Maria, I'm sorry I missed you last week. I was out of town. But, you know, this is something that we want to address. We're not saying we have the perfect answer, guys, but we do want to talk about it. We do want to do something because we don't want to be Northern Virginia. I don't want to be forced out of the county that I live in and I love. That's all I got to say about that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Stroud. Kathy?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I know Mr. Stroud just mentioned about a survey that was done before we did the ordinances in 2021, and we had a presentation, I think it was the last meeting in 2021, with some of the survey results that came out. And just to back up what Mr. Stroud said, preserving the rural and agricultural character, 63.5% of the people that responded to the survey said they wanted to limit the number and or size of divisions on large agricultural lots, offer tax incentives to promote agriculture, and require larger lot sizes in rural areas. Also in that public survey, which I'm sure you can find online if you go back to the 2021 agendas, the most encouraged non-residential use types, agricultural, outdoor recreation, and most encouraged, outdoor recreation and community services. These are all things that the public asked for, and one of the number one things on the third slide in that slide deck was agricultural and rural areas should be preserved. Keeping the county rural is a priority. That came from the citizens. I don't remember how many people were surveyed on that. It was a little bit ago, 4 years ago, but that was a slide deck that we were presented in 2021 based on survey results before we started the process of the zoning overhaul in the ordinances. So just throwing that out for some information. A couple of the service authority questions from Ms. Lovell and the one from Mr. Stroud I will bring up in the service authority portion because there's facets to it, and so I'll just bring it up at that time. One other thing, I did go and had already promised this about a month prior, but I had a lovely conversation with about 40 realtors. It was supposed to be just about King George and how King George is doing, but I fielded a lot of questions about the service authority and the downzoning. So it was an interesting debate, and I heard a lot of their concerns. So the conversation is continuing. One other thing I want to bring up now, because this actually deals with community development and with the service authority. There's been some concern on the Little Falls wastewater treatment plant in Stafford County that is now not accepting the pump outs from most of the Northern Neck and King George. Used to, when you have to be pumped out every 5 years to honor the Chesapeake Bay Act, they take the sludge there to be processed. Well, they are not taking it anymore. I will tell you, we have reached out at the state level to our representatives and to the Virginia Association of County Officials on behalf of all the residents that I think some of the charges might be 3 times the amount just to have the pump out. There are some other options. I know, Mr. Smolnik, if you could mention some of those in your county administrator report, we were talking about that, some state code that, or would you like to speak on it right now?
I've actually got it in front of me if
Go ahead.
it'd be okay, ma'am. So there's the Chesapeake Bay Preservation Area is an overlay district, Division 2 of our zoning ordinance. And looking at this, so on-site sewage disposal systems now require a VPDES permit shall, and there's a couple things here, One of them is have a pump out accomplished and written proof to King George Administrator once every 5 years. However, there's another provision in our local code which mirrors state code. In lieu of being required to provide proof of septic tank pump out every 5 years, the property owner may submit documentation every 5 years certified by an operator or an on-site soil evaluator, AOSE. These are the folks who design systems. Gives us a state code section that the septic system has been inspected and is functioning properly, and that the tank does not need to have the effluent pumped out of it. A good case in point in this, you may have a 6-bedroom system. I believe that's a 2-tank system. You may have a family of 10 in there. There's going to be a lot of effluent coming out of that. You may have that same 6-bedroom house with one individual living in that. You're not going to have the amount of effluent that is produced. Thereby, the household of one individual could utilize this section of local code, which mirrors state code, and have their system inspected in lieu of being pumped out. Now, I know in my previous locality, one of my divisions, we monitored this, and the cost to the citizens was substantially less for an inspection versus a full pump out. So this is something, whenever I heard these concerns, talking to community development, we started looking into it, and sure enough, it is written in King George Code.
People have any questions, please contact community development. And I know there has been some folks that reached out to me asking why we don't take it. And it was designated quite a few years ago when the Chesapeake Bay Act came in that the Dahlgren wastewater plant cannot handle, that's the only one that we can take sludge at currently, cannot handle that kind of load anymore, or it would have violations. So as it's our wastewater plant, the only one that can take the sludge cannot take outside sludge. It would make the plant have some trouble, and the bugs probably have a lot of issues. So that's why King George cannot. It's DEQ has mentioned that the smaller localities just can't handle that kind of volume. So that's why. But I will tell you, VACO is taking up our cause later this week. He's going to be, I think, talking with some folks from DEQ and the governor's office about solutions. And VACO is our representative of county officials for the state of Virginia to help us find out a solution, because it's not just our county, it's also the counties of the Northern Neck and Essex that are having this problem. So thank you for a little bit of time there, Mr. Chair. I pass the microphone off.
Sellens.
Thanks, sir. And thanks, everybody, for coming out tonight. Normally, by this point in the meeting, I'm just kind of echoing what everybody else said in terms of thanking you. But for some reason tonight, I guess we haven't. So I want to say thanks to Pastor Davis for coming out tonight and for the words of wisdom. Typical Baptist, you were a bit long-winded. So, but thank you for coming out. I want to thank Ms. Lavelle. And I agree with you. I do feel like we need a full-time general manager. Ms. Bender's been doing a great job volunteering, but I do agree that we need to hire somebody full-time into that role. I want to thank the two constituents that wrote in and took the time to share their thoughts with us. And then finally, Mr. Baird, I want to I lost you, sir. Oh, there you are. Pastor Davis, it's not often somebody hides behind you. You're as short as me, but hey, you made it work. So, Mr. Baird, thank you for coming out, and I want to acknowledge, thank you for acknowledging that we are instigating conversation here. What I've been sharing with folks is they ask us about the rezoning possibilities. That's exactly what we try and, well, from my perspective, that's exactly what we're trying to do. Is we're trying to initiate a conversation and get some things going. I got to meet on Saturday with a couple of local realtors. One of those gentlemen sits on the planning commission, and he had suggested, hey, maybe we can put together a subcommittee of members of the Board of Supervisors, Planning Commission, maybe some realtors, builders, various stakeholders from around the county, and come up with a good, solid solution that benefits the county and doesn't hurt anyone. I like that concept. And what I like most, though, is people are actually starting to get involved, and I'm hearing ideas. I would like to say we're 5 relatively intelligent people up there, but we don't know it all. I very much enjoy when we can engage with the county, hear what y'all have to say, hear what your interests are, because that's what we are. That's what we're here for. We represent you guys. So thanks for coming out. Thanks for the emails. Thanks for the phone calls. And no, we're not after you chickens.
Thank you, Mr. Sellens. I'll echo a little bit of that. I also got some calls from constituents who were, that's how I got here. I mean, we bought some land, and that land expanded, and as time went on, my brother built a house on it. We built a house on it, and that's the way King George has usually grown. And people who have lived here will tell you King George has grown organically. It's not been forced growth. And what we've seen over the past probably at least 10 years, there's been a lot of forced growth in King George, where people in King George wake up and go, what's going on? What's happening over here? How come there's a drug rehab going right beside my house in a neighborhood? Because it's all by right. Now, realtors will tell you that 92% of King George is by right. And just to let you know, that means 92% of King George is able to be developed, and you have no say-so over it. That means that people from New Jersey and New York, and if you don't think that people up north have their eyes on King George, they do. They have their eyes on King George. They have their eyes on Caroline County. They have their eyes because they've run out of green. And when you run out of green where you are, you usually go find someone else's. And they're looking to come here, buy big chunks of land, throw up big housing developments, and cause tax burden, tax issues for King George residents that you will be left paying the bill, and they'll go home with their millions and millions of dollars. That's how it works. That's what you'll see. We recently had a developer who wants to build a barn-dominium, and I got no problem with barn-dominiums. I have problems with attitudes, though. In that same context, someone on Facebook said, hey, that's great, you guys are coming. Maybe you can fix up Salem Church Road a little bit. It's very dangerous. One of the family members got on Facebook and said, King George can take care of their own roads. That's the mentality of what we deal with, is it's your problem, not ours. It's your problem that you have to build a $57 million school. It's your problem you need a new fire station. It's your problem. It's your taxpaying dollars. You take care of it. I had to deal with constituents who wrote to me and said, I won't be able to cut off a piece of acre and give it to my son. And the same people that were sat here at the meeting the other night, they didn't stop anyone from saying things that weren't wrong. I will tell you that. They let them go down that people got up here, constituents said, I won't be able to carve off an acre. A farmer won't be able to carve off a couple of acres and sell them and let someone put a house on it. That's all absolutely false. And there's no truth to it. But they'll let you keep believing that because it fits their narrative. Some of those people, that same narrative, were the same people that said we should have took the Amazon deal and that we were stupid and that great people were leaving our offices and our offices were in disarray. I tell you, come up here and speak to the people that work in our offices and find out how much disarray it is. There's people that actually enjoy coming to work now. We have competent people who are in place doing their job. These are the same people that were saying we took $17 million out of the general fund to make the budget, to make our budget balance, which was just straight lies. Then, we took $2 million out, which was less money than had been taken out in years to balance the budget. You got to consider the source sometimes. I don't know how developers have convinced farmers all of a sudden that they're on the same side. You usually don't find that too much. And they're so worried about the farmer having a bad year, they might have cut off property. Well, what causes farmers issues? Lack of water would be one that farmers stress about. Caroline County wants to drop a straw in the Rappahannock River right down from us, and they want 14 million gallons a day. You think that's going to affect that water? They also, now they dropped it down to 8. But in 10 to 13 years, King George County has to be off well water, and we're going to be on surface water. Now, if everyone starts dropping a straw in that water, you think that water is going to turn a little brackish? You think the farmers can use it to water their lands? You think farmers are getting set up to have a bad year? I do believe that's the case. Keep getting compared to Stafford County, but let me tell you something what history says. History says we are the gateway to the Northern Neck. That's who we are. I've had board members who sat up here before us and said, no, we're the gateway to Fredericksburg. No, we're not. Our core values as a county and who we are align more with the people in the Northern Neck than they ever have with people up that way. It's nothing against them. If they want it, they can have it. I remember what Stafford used to look like in the 80s when there was 40,000 people there and it was farmers and guys in trucks and hunting clubs and doing all their things. Go take a drive in Stafford. Apartment buildings and townhouses everywhere. Population that went from 40,000 people in 1980 is now almost 170,000. Their taxes are higher than yours. According to their logic, more houses, it should be cheaper. It's not that case. Matter of fact, they are 1% higher than the Virginia state median of property taxes. They are getting ready to go to this year to $3,693 on their tax bill for their properties. That's over $1,000 higher than the national average. That's where they're headed. and you look at the demographics of people who lived and grew up in Stafford are now they're being forced to sell their land because they're being taxed out of their land. And those people are now leaving their home where they grew up so someone else can have it. This is King George County. This is where I live. And if we started a conversation by bringing something up in November, by the way, people are out talking about transparency. The reason why it looks sometimes like we don't maybe not know what we're doing up here, because when you watch us have a conversation about something, it's not rehearsed. It's the first time we actually talked about it. Those numbers came out that night in that meeting in front of everybody and anyone who pays attention to listen. That's called transparency at its most basic level. We had to talk right in front of you. We're willing to, some people don't want anyone in the room unless they hit a home run. They want the stadium to be full, but if they strike out, they want it to be empty. We have it right here in front of you. It's on record, and you see it. And if we just talked about it in November, how did you already hear about it? Because we're being transparent. I don't think some people are being transparent about the fact of what you can and can't do with your land. This is the United States, and you're free to do whatever you want to do with your land. If you want to cut off something and sell it to give it to your kids, or you want to cut off a couple acres, as long as that thing can perk and you can put a well on it, you can have it. I can't tell you what to do with that. What I can say is that developers won't come in here and shred us to pieces. I can tell you that the rural life that I ran on that, and my constituents wanted that, I ran on that. He ran on that. He ran on that. I wasn't around when they ran. I wasn't paying attention. But we ran on rural life and maintaining King George and King George's quality of life. That's what we ran on. And the people overwhelmingly said that's what we want. Every developer who has reached out to me, and by the way, when I ran for office, I reached out to builders, I reached out to developers, and they had nothing to talk about. Because I wasn't in office yet, and why would it? Things are fine. But now they want to talk, which is really what it's about. The Planning Commission has written to me, can we help come up with a solution? Absolutely. I'm all about coming up with solutions. But why are we waiting until now to finally come up with some? There were people here the other night at the Planning Commission who are like, there's no problems yet. In what facet of your life do you wait until there's a problem before you start checking it out? Do you wait until your roof's leaking? Do you wait until the marriage is falling apart? Do you wait till the bank account gets down to $5? And what do you wait till the engine light checks on in your car? Don't answer that because I know some of y'all probably did. But listen, the whole point is that in life, you are either living prepared or you're living in catch-up mode and disarray. I'll take our properties that we have around here. We got schools that we have to tear down now because no one took care of them. We have a courthouse that needs $20 million to repair it. We have schools now that need to be built. We have an old high school, elementary school that turned into a preschool that needs major repairs on it. Why? Because there's no problem. Just keep sticking Band-Aids on it. We have a service authority that they have passed the buck and the bill down for years and years and years and years, and no one's done anything about it but slap Band-Aids on it. At least now we have a plan that we know that our debt is set to be retired on the pace we're going right now within 10 years, which no one knew that. But we've gotten to that place to where for the first year last year that we didn't get any more fines. There was no $1 million fine waiting for you to pay the price tag. We got no fines because of just the things that we did and took and started stopping and look at where you are. If you wait until there's a problem, you're usually too late. If you look at where Stafford is, I guarantee you there's a lot of people in Stafford right now who don't want it, who don't want where their county where their county went. And I don't either. We are really, if you think about it, if you look at the map coming all the way down the coast, down the coast, but the river, we are the last. We are the gateway to the northern neck. We are the last of stopping whatever's been going on up in Stafford and all that from just stretching right down through the rest of us. And this way of life is gone. And the powers that be, whether you believe it or not, they do want this way of life gone. They don't want people to be able to grow their own food, get their own water out of a well, and survive without them being meddling in it and be able to tax it. They don't want it. They don't want you to be able to hunt your own deers. They don't want you to be cut down your own trees. They want to be able to tell you when what you cannot do. And that's not what this board is about. And I'm about working with anybody. If you want to declare war on us, then declare war. But at that point in time, you're an energy sucker. You're not an energy producer. And what I'm looking for is people who are going to actually produce something good. If you got solutions for it, put our brains together as a community. And what can we do to where you, the constituents, have control over how this county grows, and we'll either just grow it by design with our say-so, or we'll just throw our hands up here and go, what happened? Because that's exactly what's going to happen. And if we wait for a problem, there'll be more problems that we can fix. And the way government fixes problems is by taxing the heck out of you. That's what's going to happen. Thank you very much. All right, on to the next. Move to the Board of Supervisors consent agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve 0111 to 0111.06 as presented.
Is there,
Second.
Mr. Chair,
is there any discussion?
could you pull out a 011101 with that motion?
You want to come back to it?
Yeah, I have some questions on it before it would go to a motion.
Let's deal with your questions.
Okay, so on the general fund warrants, 325,079.73. On the board packet, on page 10 was the electric bill for the library for 1 month was $10,000. The sheriff's office bill was 2,500 to 3,000. Sheriff's office building is a lot bigger than the library. The administrative building here was 3,000 some odd dollars. And then the treasurer's office was like 2,500. First off, I was wondering why the treasurer's office would be pulled out of the administrative building power bill. And secondly, I was wondering why there's $10,000 electric bill. That's $120,000 a year for the library for electric.
Yeah.
So it seemed rather high, and that was my questions. Thank you.
Mr. Smolder, anything to add to that?
Other than, I will look into it. I don't know why. What we can do is go back, look historically at the library to see what their kilowatt usage is. And then the other question that I'll look into is why is the treasurer separated from this administration building, as we have several Constitution officers in this building. Why is one broken out? I do not have a specific answer for you, Mr. Collins. I will look into it and I'll report back to the board if that will suffice.
Is there one more thing, Mr. Davis, on that issue? So when you're looking into that matter, can you see if the library is on an automatic thermostat or is it being controlled by the library folks? And I would also like to look into an energy management plan like the schools did about 8 years ago in order to save these exorbitant electric bills. If anybody else is interested.
Ms. Cobb, do you have anything any light you can shine on this or no? Okay, please do. Thank you. We good to move forward now?
Yes, sir.
I have a motion properly second. All in favor say aye. I know I will. All in favor say aye.
A roll call?
I'm going to do a roll call. I'll do a roll call. Mr. Collins?
Yes.
Sellens?
Aye.
Stroud?
Aye.
Kathy?
Aye.
Motion, aye. Motion passes. You do through,
The constitutional.
okay. So you did meeting minutes. All right, reports of constitutional officers. Sheriff Giles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, board members. I'd like to give you kind of the annual 2024 report for the Sheriff's Office and where we were and what we've done. During the 2024 calendar year, the King George Sheriff's Office was able to participate in several of our usual events like years previous, such as Special Olympics Polar Plunge, the Virginia Special Olympics Torch Run, Bright Beginnings Back to School program, the Safe Harbor Child Advocacy Center Save the Jane event, the STEM night at the King George High School, the Fredericksburg Army National Guard Soldier Recognition and Family Day, Fall Festival, and Shop with the Sheriff during the Christmas holiday. We also hosted 2 youth academies, youth justice academies for the ages of 12 and 18. And we also provided a King George County Sheriff's Office summer learning time for ages 4 and 8 at the Sheriff's Office. Lieutenant Money Hunt completed the National Criminal Justice Command College, while Detective Anthony Mims completed the Virginia Forensic Science Academy. Deputies Franklin and Brett Rothman completed the Commercial Vehicle Inspection certifications. King George Animal Control hosted their spring and fall rabies clinic in April and September. The King George County Sheriff's Office also hosted a summer intern named Sarah Stork. She successfully completed a minimum of 120 hours of internship. Deputy Marini continues to host the Triad program for the seniors on the second Tuesday of each month, and that's since been changed. So 2025, it'll be Detective Mims and Detective Mims and Campos will be covering the Triad program. The Empower House organization supporting survivors of domestic violence continues to be a vital asset to the Sheriff's Office and the citizens of King George County. They have a satellite office in our building to provide that service. The Sheriff's Office also raised over $1,700 in the No Shave November fundraiser, where the deputies paid to grow a beard, which is normally out of regulation. And the money was given to the Special Olympics who provided the service for our area. King George County Sheriff's Office also had some promotions in 2024 that included the following. Captain Weston was promoted to Major. Deputy Kahn was promoted to First Sergeant. First Sergeant Moneyhun was promoted to Lieutenant. Deputy Nyman, Deputy Fields, and Deputy Shriver were all promoted to Sergeant. The Sheriff's Office also had some retirements in 2024 that included Lieutenant Jimmy Simmons, Deputy Walter Coates, and Deputy Ken Simon. King George County Sheriff's Office continues to grow in 2024 with the following additions to staff. Carrie Barnes, Deputy Sheriff Courts. Kayla Childers, Deputy Sheriff Courts. Braden Hanna, Deputy Sheriff Patrol. Ben Johnson, Deputy Sheriff Courts. Connor Lee, Deputy Sheriff Patrol. Holly Anderson, Savannah Ferguson, Anna Boswell, Kendall McAllister, and Megan Knowles, all communications officers. We had Christian McElhanus, Deputy Sheriff. Paul Ridgely, Deputy Sheriff to Courts. Steve Basham is now a part-time IT person for us. Morgan Hudson is Animal Control with the Pound Attendant. Cassidy Gardner is a Animal Control Officer. Jimmy Simmons came back as a Deputy Sheriff part-time in Courts. Jared Van for the boat operator part-time. And Kurt Claiborne was the part-time evidence custodian. Our total calls for service were 55,972. Our total arrests were 1,992 warrants. Total citations, 4,301. Grand jury indictments were 424. Criminal cases investigated, 2,075. DUI arrests, 137. Drug arrests, 42. Traffic stops, 5,730. Civil papers served, 6,961. Prisoner transports in Virginia, 395 adults and 17 juveniles. Extraditions outside of the state were 12, and mental transports were 34. That kind of concludes my report for the year of 2024. We're looking forward to 2025 and anything that we can do to continually just be part of the community and get the community involvement and keep them aware of what's going on. So I'll entertain any questions that anybody might have right now.
Any questions for the sheriff? Mr. Collins?
Yes, sir. So I was curious of the 424 indictments, how they broke out as far as property crimes and sex offenses and so forth. What were the most indictments for?
I don't have that information right in front of me, but I can certainly get that for you and email it to you if you like.
What do you see as an upsurge in criminal activity in King George's? Drugs, property crimes,
Juvenile crime.
Juvenile crime. Can you address that a little bit?
As far as what the crime is?
What type of crime?
It's usually the runaways or the domestics against the parents, the domestic violence against the parents.
Thank you.
Stroud.
Yes, sir. Of the crimes that are committed, do you have like an idea of a percentage of how many of them are committed by King George residents versus from people outside of the county?
That I don't have in front of me. I could try to do some research. We don't normally keep that stat. I mean, I would have to kind of hand go through all of the, to find out. There may be a system or a way to do it through, whether they're residents or non-residents. I'll have to check with my, my clerk.
I'm just
So
kind
that-
of curious the impact that we were feeling from communities around us.
Sure. If I can find out whether they're residents or non-residents, I'll get that number for you and provide it to you.
Thank you, sir. The only other thing that I've got is always an issue for me is littering. Because right through the county, Route 3, it's always an issue for me there. I don't know.
That was my whole goal with getting those two certified as commercial vehicle inspectors. Their primary job is going to be focused on commercial vehicles in that area, in the Route 3, the dump area, and Dahlgren Road.
Thank you very much, sir, for that, because there was somebody had, and I don't remember, it was between mine and your communication about the ability for citizens to report trash coming out of a truck or somebody littering and how that's handled.
They can just either dial 911 while they're traveling down the road behind the truck where we can address it, hopefully have a deputy in position. And if not, then we can, they can just make a call to us and we'll do what we can to get in a position to take care of it.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Sheriff. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you for your support.
All right, next up is the Power DMS by NeoGov presentation. Susan?
I can handle this, Mr. Chairman. I've got, and I appreciate the board moving this up on the agenda. I've got a staff member here who may be serving as my backup if there's specific questions from the board. So with we're currently working on the FY26 operating budget. We've held all our meetings, and I've had my departments come to me and says, Matt, this is what we're going to need, moving ahead. So our human resources team previously had been using Civic for receiving applications. They were sunsetted out and transitioning everybody over to another specific software. That specific software is causing some major issues here at the county. As far as you're always looking for the best qualified candidate. If you're not receiving their application, you can't even consider them for your pool. And this is something I know Mr. Wasabi and I have had some discussions on some of the recent postings we've had here at the county. Individuals saying, yep, I've applied, and there's no application there. Some of the other issues that have been brought to me, and I'm bringing this to the board because this was an item that was looking to be included in the FY26 budget. I wanted to have some discussion here with the board, knowing that this may be something sooner rather than later. Especially, I know we're going to be advertising for the general manager position soon, and that's going to be a hard one to find. And I don't want to miss out on a qualified candidate. So just a brief history here. We are under contract with the current user. That's the first question that I have. Looking at that contract, can we get out of it? It is a 3-year contract. I think we're about 1.5 years into it, somewhere around there. But can we get out of that? That's my first legal question. So some of the challenges that my staff has faced, and I asked them to go ahead and try to figure out how many hours they've put into this system and trying to fix the errors. Excess of 100 hours of work has been just combating the specific system that we're using right now. And in my mind, that's not efficient government. If it's not working, not meeting our needs, and we're constantly fighting with it, that is an issue in my mind. Some formatting problems, and I've seen them firsthand. We get some applications in and they're blank. There's random signatures, and there's a signature block, and it shows up on 3 pages later in the middle of a text box. Some text boxes and information that applicants are submitting are not showing up. And then we've learned that trying to include attachments with job descriptions, it's not user-friendly at all, and nor is it mobile-friendly. Some people will actually go ahead and apply for a job on their phone, but you need to be at a PC to use the current system. Again, if we're looking for qualified candidates, I think we should be making it as easy as possible for them to submit an application. So the information is in your packet. I'm not going to go through it, but these are just some of the main issues that we've had with this. And I really, this has been an issue for a little while with HR. We've been working through it, and essentially the HR team, they're the engineers for this, trying to troubleshoot it and come up with ideas, and they've done a good job. But it's not efficient government. So knowing that we're under contract with our current one, that's my first question: can we get out of it? The option that is before you is called NeoGov. Now, this is a suite that is used across the Commonwealth by small, medium, and large. I'm looking at the particular list. Some smaller localities: King William County, Goochland County, and then middle size. I'm going to consider York County, and then Hanover, Chesterfield, Stafford. This is used across the Commonwealth, and it's actually a really good system. Once you have a NeoGov login, it saves all of your information. So if a candidate is out there looking to apply for different jobs, they don't have to start from scratch. As a person who applied for jobs here in the last 9-10 months, the worst thing that you can do is start an application, have it crash, and you have to start all over again, manually entering everything. So this is a platform that I am familiar with. As are a lot of my counterparts across the Commonwealth and the HR teams. The proposal, and I'm not asking for anything right now. I wanted to bring this to the board. I think this is something that we may need to consider prior to the start of the FY26 budget. There's the way NeoGov works. The existing contract is a 3-year. NeoGov is a 5-year contract. A lot of the first year is onboarding and getting the system built. It will take a couple months to get it built. If we said go tomorrow, we're looking at maybe receiving our first application in a month and a half. So I wanted to put, and then there's year 2, 3, 4, and 5 as far as the price on it for the annual subscriptions. It's not cheap, but sometimes you get what you pay for. And if our staff is continually fighting the system, we're missing applicants. My question is, as a county administrator, are we putting the best team together to serve the citizens of King George? So this is an option that has been brought to me. I wanted to bring it to the board's attention. If there's any specific questions, I've got Ms. Susan Courtney here from Human Resources. She may be able to better answer questions if the board has them. And again, I've got my marching orders with Criterion, the other user, but I did want to bring this and open the floor for any discussions.
Any questions, Mr. Collins? Mr. Sullins?
Thank you, sir. Actually, I got a few questions. So yeah, you get what you pay for, but what are we getting? That's a crap ton of money. I mean, for $10 a month, my whole family gets the entire Microsoft suite. What am I getting for that? For $25,000 a month or a year, it better be gold plated. Start with that. And the other thing I would ask is, why does it go up in cost every year? I mean, I understand inflation and whatnot, but usually if I get a subscription, I pay for it for a period of time at a flat rate, or it goes down in some cases, but this is programmed in to go up a little bit every year. What's up with that? I understand the startup cost,
Right.
but onboarding is listed there every year.
So two good questions, Mr. Sullins. And again, as I stated earlier, I'm not going to give a response if I don't know the appropriate answer. Let me engage with the consultants to ask these very specific questions. And that's really what I wanted, some pointed feedback from the board so I can go back to them. They've given us a proposal. We've dissected it. Let them come back with a response. So two very good questions. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Collins?
My question also was reoccurring costs, and also the escalation also. And then what happens after the 5 years? Is it a new subscription? Is it more escalation? What are the terms of the contract? Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Traub?
Yes, sir. So my questions are basically a comparison. So you did a comparison in your brief. There was a comparison against Criterion, but How about like ADP?
Okay.
So, because there's other ways it could integrate into payroll and things like that as well. So we could get a comparison and have maybe an ADP consultant, for example, let them do the comparison.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Sir?
Ender?
Quick question on the current, how much do we pay for the current software that we use?
So the response from
Thank
HR
you.
is $6,900 a year for those at home.
Thank you, Ms. Courtney. What question though, is this software we currently use, obviously it's a little older, is it near its lifespan? Is it upgradable? Do they have a new package? That would be a question for me.
Ms. Courtney, do you want to answer this? Is it upgradable? Is it past its lifespan? Is this? Yes, ma'am, if you would be, yes, please.
You're asking about Criterion, the one that we're currently using. I don't know exactly how to answer that question because it's new to us and they're doing upgrades at times, but it is causing problems in the software where they have to wait for a patch. So I'm not exactly sure where they are in the process of the software, if that's what you're asking.
And thank you for that answer. And that's for the public because, you know, people see these price tags and they figure, why are you even looking at something else? Did you reach out to the vendor and see if they have a new system? But so thank you for your answer.
Yes, you're welcome.
Anything else?
So I saw in the packet here, it had an enterprise license account for all users of 285 users. I don't know if that, I would assume that would affect the cost, but if this is for the HR department, I don't know that we have 285 users in the HR department there. I don't know if that was just maybe a mistake that they submitted here or maybe something that we have provided, but I'm sure that's raking up the cost there.
That was based on full-time employees, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I guess my understanding is this is more for HR, right? Vice the entirety of the county?
It is. Now, do you, I think the question is 285 licenses. Do you need, is it based on the number of full-time employees?
That's my understanding, but I could clarify that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Let me ask one. Go ahead.
So if it's for everybody, do you know, is it something where we can also use it as a performance system so that we can?
Yes. There is a way to expand the services that they provide, such as performance management, learning management, if that was a desire in the future.
That's not included in the price tag?
That's not included in this, yeah.
I'm sorry, that gives me a question then. So are 285 of our employees using Criterion right now?
Yes. Well, we send the, so I'll say we send them the onboarding once they've applied and been selected. So I can verify that number, but I believe we had to give him a full-time number count, but I can make sure of that.
Because I think what maybe we're asking here is if they're, so there's the application process and interview, new hire, but once they become an employee, are they continuing to use it versus just using it for a new hire? And that may be a separation, because if they're continuing to use it as an employee for timekeeping, payroll, benefits, and all that, then that makes a difference.
They live in the system, so their information lives in the system. So in this case, for us, we can see when their birthdays are, their anniversaries. We don't necessarily use it that way, but I don't know, you can separate that out, and if that makes sense.
Well, it makes sense, but I think we could keep track of that stuff without paying somebody to do it.
Right.
So I understand what you're asking. I believe I do, Mr. Stroud. Once an individual comes on, myself, for example, been here for 7 months, am I still utilizing whatever software we have other than birthdays? Is it something I can submit my time roll, my leave request, my daily timesheet? Is this something that can be utilized? Is that okay?
And I do believe that you can do that if you choose to have that module. Because there is a payroll module included, I believe that they can add on. If you're talking timekeeping, we'd have to look into that a little more.
We can look at that and, you know, we bring this back to the Board of Supervisors, but these are all very good questions and I appreciate y'all's feedback.
I think what I would say, it sounds to me like the will of the board is, and you guys can say yes or no, is we need a couple options, something else to compare it to besides what we're already using to make sure we're getting the best bang for our buck. And exactly what is the system going to be used for? If we're going to get a system, we might as well do all the things that we need, right? Because the way it was presented to me was it's for job applicants, but it sounds like to me there's something more going on than just that.
I think there are, the initial offering here was focused on job applications and some onboarding, but there are additional modules, you know, that are part of their package. And we can look at those. Those are add-ons, of course, but
this, what we're looking at here, that's all we get for that price right there. There's anything else that we're talking about is going to be add-on to that.
Right, it's additional.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you guys want to see him look at a couple different options and come back so we can kind of choose from that from a price tag standpoint and use standpoint?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to see the payroll because I know that is being here a lot. I do see a lot of paper and a lot of time consuming, and it could be done a lot easier online or in an electronic format because we do waste and use a lot of paper.
Right. Do we have employees still using paper timesheets?
Yes.
Yeah. That's
Mr. Stroud, I sign all the Service Authority ones, and I see when she pulls them out of the stack, we used a lot of paper.
yeah, we really need to look at some other options. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. There's all to you.
Thank you very much. We'll now convene the Board of Directors. Do I have a motion on the consent agenda as presented?
Make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Do I have a second? A motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? This by roll call. Mr. Robotham?
Aye.
Mr. Collins?
Aye.
Mr. Solons?
Aye.
Mr. Davis? Chair votes aye, motion carries. Next up, we have our monthly utility report by Imboden Environmental Services. Mr. Mark Imboden, or Mr. Simmons is coming up. Mr. John Simmons is going to come up and give the report.
I can start on page 2. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. I know we've got a lot going on tonight, a lot of people up here to talk, so I'll make this pretty short. For the water system, for the utility, you know, they replaced the air release valves on the #2 sand filter at Fairview Beach Water Treatment Plant. All of the bacteriological samples were collected, all of them passed. We're continuing to backwash the sand filters efficiently. You know, as you all know, we have water withdrawal limits we have to meet, and you know, doing the backwashing effectively keeps us from wasting water to keep from violating those permits. We're effectively dosing sodium hypochlorite to maintain disinfection, and that sodium hypochlorite is the chlorine that we use for disinfection. The IAS staff replaced the chlorine injectors for well 1 and 2 at the Canterbury water system, and King George County Maintenance replaced the Circle 2 well pump. The well pump failed at the Circle 2 water system. As far as the wastewater is concerned, that's further on down the utility report. You know, we have a lot of information in this utility report, and you guys have it, so you can go through it as needed, but all the graphs in here show you what the water usage is, and down in the wastewater it gives you all of your permit limits and what the test results were. One thing about wastewater treatment is it's not really about a lot of turning valves and turning breakers on and off and switches. You know, the wastewater is a biological treatment process, so it is really a living organism. And the biggest thing about wastewater treatment is providing the environment for those organisms to thrive. The biggest problem we have during the wintertime, especially as it's been as cold as what it is now, is the cold. You know, the biological side of it is inhibited because of the cold weather. So at the Perkins and Oakland wastewater treatment plant, we have had violations for TKN for the month of December, and that's really due mostly to the extreme cold temperatures and the bugs really not liking that. The Dahlgren wastewater treatment plant didn't have any violations for December, but the annual WQIF limits for nitrogen and phosphorus were violated. So that is something that we will see documentation from DEQ for. We'll have to respond to that. Other than that, all of the other plants are doing well. It's a different type of treatment, so it deals with the cold weather a little bit more or a little better than your extended air treatment systems, which is Perkins and Oakland Park. And that really concludes the month of December. And does anybody have any questions?
Does anybody have any questions? I do want to address the WQIF for the public. So this is a grant that we applied for. Was it 2015, 2016?
2014, I think, is when they applied for it. The upgrades took place in 2015.
And because of that, it makes especially the Dahlgren plant have lower nutrient limits we have to meet. And sometimes we struggle with that a little bit because it is lower than the plant was originally designed.
Yes, so the plant originally was designed to remove 14 milligrams per liter of nitrogen, and now you have to meet a 3 milligram per liter per year. So that's a significant drop. One thing about meeting those requirements is that plant has to work effectively, efficiently. All of the equipment has to work. Everything that was put into that plant during that upgrade that used that WQIF money has to be operating. And as you guys know, you were handed a bad deal with those facilities, which we're trying to operate until we can get it all fixed. And that's really the biggest cause of that.
Thank you for that explanation, because we will, in the last couple of years, we've had to return some of that money, and we will probably have to return some of that grant money, because that is part of, if you don't meet the limits, you have to give some of the money back. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions? All right. Thank you so much. Mr. Eisenbeis was not able to make it today. They've had, especially since the cold weather, they've had a lot of lines break, and we had an issue with the well, and there was leaks today. So him and his crew have spent the day repairing some water leaks and some other issues in our system. So he was not able to come here today and give a report. All of our fog inspections are up to date. We only have one business that we're still a little bit of a challenge, and we're dealing with that. So that is basically, we don't really have a lot on that maintenance and fog report, but I will answer some of Ms. Lavelle's questions and Mr. Stroud's question. I'll answer his last, so hopefully he's back by the time I get to that portion of the questions they had on the service authority. The first thing I want to explain to the public is something that I have discovered signing all these bills, including the 38 power bills that are for the well pumps and the water treatment plants. So there's a little hidden part on our Dominion bill, and I'm just going to use this. This was the April 29th bill from last year for the 11th Street well. And just for you guys, edification and information, and we talk about solar and battery storage and data centers, is every time there's an upgrade or things that are done to the power grid to help out projects, there's a cost on the electric bill. And I'm just going to read some of them to you just for your clarification, because the total charges for this, all these little things end up to $150 added on to the electric bill, which also the customers have to pay for. So, rider GT grid transformation, 29 cents, biomass conversions, 47 cents. Brunswick County Power Station, $2.13. Greensville County Power Station, $2.26. US-3 Solar Project, 70 cents. US-4 Solar Project, 20 cents. An environmental project, $2.64. The RGGI Regional GHG Initiative, $4.70. The rider SNA Surrey and North Anna, 88 cents. And I'm not going to go through all of them, but this is just showing that there are other things that the service authority has to pay for that we have no control. And this is paying for upgrades to the grid and for solar projects. And those costs are passed on down to the consumers. So I just want to, just for edification and for clarification, wanted to explain some of that. And if anybody ever wants to see one of those 38 bills, I can show it to you. That's just one bill out of the 38 that I sign for every month. So just add that up over 38 bills. There are different prices for different, this is just one snapshot. So I just wanted to send that out there. Ms. Lavelle, you asked about the general manager. I know Mr. Rasavi has been working hard and chat with DEQ and other folks getting to write up a good job description, which will be coming at the February 4th meeting. So it is coming, and it'll be up for discussion with the board members on February 4th, correct, Mr. Mursavi? So that is coming. I can tell you, I've been doing it a while. I did this, and I'm doing it for no cost, being the interim general manager, because I want to make sure that we fix the service authority and put it on the right path. But I'd love somebody else to take my hat away, because it is a lot of time and effort. I come here almost every day to sign bills or answer questions or do things with constituents or easements or whatever it is. So I'd love somebody else to take that reign and do it every day. And Mr. Sabi, he's eventually going to leave us soon, so we want to make sure that we set him up for success. You had also, I mentioned about the sludge. Mr. Stroud asked about presidential lakes. So we talked to Mr. Eisenbeis today. They have some people out there looking at how to remove the tanks. That is a little bit of a challenge, especially in 2 of the tanks that will need a crane to come and remove them. We do have somebody interested in taking them away and selling the steel so that the Service Authority gets some cash back. But there are some buildings that have to be demolished, and there's a lot of steel that has to be removed. And those 2 tanks are not your normal size tanks. They're quite large. So we are working on finding and getting bids to have that stuff removed, but it's not. I know the concern of that homeowners association about I have been in contact with the president. We've been playing phone tag in the last week to give him an update, but I haven't gotten a hold of him yet, but I'll keep trying. Eventually we'll catch up with each other, but that's where it is right now. We are working with trying to find vendors to come and remove the material, because it's not easy as you would think to clean it up, because there are some large tanks there. Trying to see it. Just checking to see. Oh, the wells. We have been working through and checking on all. You did ask about, we go out to the wells. I know the maintenance staff has been working on cleaning out all of the, with our new jetter truck, to clean out the pipes and that, so that they run more efficiently and there's not clogs. They've been looking at some improvements to the wastewater plants to try to help them be better operationally. And then we are also addressing, we have still some outstanding portions of the original consent order from 2018. Why they've been still on the docket is because they're not easy. They deal with easements in some grinder pump stations. And last year when I spoke with DEQ, they understood that we could not get to them last year because of the ARPA, that the whole process of making sure we kept the ARPA funds in all the process. But we are addressing that this year, and we're looking to get that consent order from 2018 finished and signed off, and it has to do with grinder pumps and some easement issues where we can put generators in to move the pumps out of the floodplain. So that's something we are working on and getting addressed and putting a stamp on it and putting it to bed. So that is all I have for my report. I will open it up to a secondary public comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and district when submitting your public comment so that it can be properly recorded and included in the public record. Is anybody in the audience who'd like to come up and give public comment? Ms. Lavelle? Floor is yours.
Hi, my name is Ana Maria Lobo. I live in Presidential Lakes. Mr. Strauss, I think his name is, he say, a lot of people moving to King George. You have to consider is a lot of traffic. I live in Presidential Lakes. I've been living in King George for the last 51 years. And today the traffic is awful. In the morning, people coming from Fredericksburg, Route 3, 206, 218, 301 is just awful. I used to work for the King George County for the Parks and Recreation. I work in Barnesfield. I work in the travel center. Today I cannot go the diagram because I don't know how to turn it to the left to see Barnesfield or the museum or anything because I don't know where is the exit. The traffic comes from Maryland, it's awful. I want you to remember that the traffic is awful. And also not only bring more people in here, people been moving over here from Northern Virginia, the people work in Dahlgren, bringing the whole family, because long time ago the taxes were cheaper, and the most thing in King George is the safe. But now King George is not that safe. People robbing and daggering. They robbed my credit cards 5-6 years ago. Somebody was telling me they robbed these sheets. I didn't know. I don't know they say that, but people keep telling me, Anne Maria, do you know somebody robbed sheets? I say no. And the people, the sheriff department follow these people and they crash in Maryland. I don't know that, but the people been telling me those things. And the crime is that we want to be safe. I want to be able to walk in Presidential Lake, so anywhere without the fear I had if somebody beat me or robbed me or something. Please, can you check those things? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Does anybody else in the audience like to give public comment on the Service Authority? Is there anybody online? I'm guessing not. Was anybody, thank you. Did anybody receive any correspondence since we've been up here? All right, with that, I will close public comment. One other thing I wanted to make, there's quite a bit of chatter about our new utility billing, which is part of the reason we did it, is to try to save money and bring it in-house and be more efficient. One of the reasons why we let muni billing still send out, and Ms. Cobb can explain this, when we looked into it, is that muni billing gets a little bit better postage rate in that because they're a bigger vendor, and that's part of the reason we kept it with them, is they get a better rate on their postage and all that, sending it out, than we would do as a smaller locality, because they have a lot of people they deal with and they get a better rate. But with that being said, I know there has been a hiccup with the launch. Unfortunately, the online payment didn't get up and moving as we originally planned when we had did discussions with the treasurer's office, but it is fixed now, and Ms. Southall has done a great job with the newsletter and all the staff that helped out stuffing the newsletters and sending them out to the homes with the fog magnets. And also, Ms. Southall sent me, I think it's probably live right now on the internet, there is a video that she did do to explain how to pay online for utility billing. So if anybody would like to check it out, and is it live now, Ms. Fish? It is live, I just confirmed it, but it is, I looked at it real quickly before the meeting started, it looks great. Please check it out. If you have any questions, please contact me or any of the board members. So with that being said, Mr. Sullins, do you have the verbiage?
Yes, ma'am. I move that the King George County Service Authority Board of Directors convene for a closed session for discussion of consideration or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignments, appointments, promotion, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any public body, and evaluation of performance of departments where such evaluation will necessarily involve discussion of the performance of specific individuals. Pursuant to State Code Section 2.2-3711 Alpha 1, I invite the County Administrator, Interim County Attorney, Senior Assistant to the Boards, and the Emboden Environmental Services Incorporated representatives as needed, because they are deemed necessary and/or their presence will reasonably aid the board in its consideration of the topics to be discussed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3712 Foxtrot.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. We are in closed session.
I should have opened that. Isn't that yours?
She did good. That's the one.
Jeff, are you ready? Okay. Sully, could you?
Yes, ma'am. I move that the King George County Board of Directors return to public meeting and certify by vote that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered during the closed meeting, and no action was taken on matters discussed in closed session.
Right. Do I have a motion to move back to, well, certify first, right? Had a blank there for a minute.
So certified.
Mr. Collins,
Certify.
Mr. Solons,
Certify.
Mr. Davis,
So certified.
Chair, so certified. Sorry about that. Thank you, everybody, for being patient. We are now back in open session. Now could I have a motion for adjournment?
Make a motion that the Board of Directors adjourn until February 4th at 5:30 PM in the boardroom of the Rivercombe Building.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Chair votes aye. We are adjourned. Mr. Davis?
Thank you. Next on the president is Exodus Family Institute, Miss Mary Parnell. I see you're getting ready. And I want to apologize. That was a last minute closed session put on earlier today. And I hate to make people wait. I always try not to do that, but it was kind of an emergency thing, but I apologize. Thank you for waiting.
Thank you. Good evening to Chairman Davis, the board, and other officials. I'm Mary Parnell, the co-founder and president of Exodus Family Institute, and I thank you for the opportunity to be here this evening. Exodus is planning to bring workforce housing to King George, and I met with or spoke with many of you in December, and so I got an idea about some of your concerns and that they were raised tonight. And so I'm glad that I think I'm here at the right time because I listened to what you said, and I'm coming to be a part of the solution and not part of the problem. So, of course, the concern that you raise is your desire to preserve the rural beauty and heritage of King George. And that's what we respect, and it's not something that we want to do anything to disturb that. Our proposal is not about imposing large-scale development. We are not developers, or altering the rural identity of King George, but it's about addressing the housing needs of the workforce. We feel the Exodus proposal of 21 single-family homes offers a balanced path forward, and we will employ proper stewardship of the land and its resources, which is demonstrated by we have had several community input sessions strictly with the community here in King George. We've had teachers that came to our first event. We actually had one today for business owners and leaders in our community. And so we have targeted just this community, and I will talk about that a little bit more later. So by prioritizing community engagement and designing homes that will fit into the rural fabric, this project will serve as a model, we believe, for responsible growth. So we're actually, as I said, desiring to be part of the solution. So with that said, we have some slides to present to you tonight. And it kind of focuses on who we plan to serve. So we're going to do some of the who first, and then we'll talk about the why, and then we'll also talk about our requests. So the first slide, we are targeting teachers, first responders, healthcare professionals in the community. And the problem that we're looking to solve is that though many of those individuals are not able to afford to live in these communities. These are our community heroes and have been priced out of their communities in some way, shape, or form. So on this slide, and it's the 2024 year-end FAR, that's the Fredericksburg Area Realtors Association Housing Report. And as you see, number 3 down is King George County. The median home price is $465,000. It went up about 4% from, according to this report, from 23 to 24. And then if you look at the area overview, the median home price of the entire area, which is $456,875, the 465 in King George is actually about a 2% above the median home price. And so you'll see in the next slide how this has affected the workers here in the community. So I just want to focus on the home sales. There is something here, a couple of things about rent, but we are not concerned with rents at all. And I just want to pay attention to that which concerns the homes. So, of course, with the median sales price at $465, the first purple or blue line, the median sales price, the minimum income needed to afford the $465,000 sales price is $102,914, according to this FAR report. Now, if you skip down to the orange, you see the average wages for the top 3 industries in this area, and this is King George. The scientific and technical services make in the category, in the range of $100,727, and then you see a huge drop to retail and food and accommodation. I don't have a slide that shows exactly what the salaries are, but I did do some research on what the average salary is of a teacher, what the average salary is of a first responder, and the average salary of a healthcare professional. And what I came away with was that range is $45,000 to $75,000. And so you see that that amount is well below the amount that it takes to be able to afford the median price home in this area. So that says to me that they refer to this as a gap, an affordability gap. And Exodus is committed to addressing the workforce home affordability for teachers, for first responders, for healthcare professionals in this area. Again, those people that are serving in our communities and having difficulty being able to afford it. The housing shortage, which is one of the problems, is now well documented, and so I don't think we need to go into that. But now I want to talk about what it is that we believe the workforce housing will do here. So we're going to talk about some of the consequences, and then we'll talk about what we believe the benefits are. So consequences are, and some of you raised earlier, or someone talked about traffic in this area. That's one of the consequences of people working outside of the area, traveling to here. Long commutes, less productivity, and lower sense of community. On the other hand, what Exodus is working to do is to highlight what the benefits are for having this workforce housing. And so you can read here, we believe that there are benefits for the employer, for the economy, and as well as the employee. And just to summarize some of that, we believe the benefits are recruitment and retention. And so in recruiting workers to come to this area, having the houses that they can afford will certainly be something that will stand out in recruitment. It will also serve to retain employees that are here because they are not having to commute long distances to work. Also a benefit, workers spend money where they live. So they shop local, they eat local. This increased business is good for all of the businesses here. Employee wellness, we believe, is also another benefit. And I had another point, although I'm a little reluctant to talk about it, from what you raised earlier. In my research, it said that could be increased tax revenue without infrastructure because our community, again, the 21 homes, because of the low density, would not put a strain on the infrastructure. From what you raised about the taxes, I think I want to do a little bit more research on it, but definitely I think that could be a benefit as well. So the next slide I want to talk about is the why. Why, what Exodus does and why we're involved. I'm not going to read our mission statement, but I do want to just add some points there. Exodus is a 501c3 organization, and we are committed to bridging the affordability gap by building permanent workforce homes. Exodus was founded by my late husband, Reverend Dr. Ben Jones. He was a pastor of a local King George church for 10 years. So Exodus grew out of church ministry. And though he passed in 2009, the primary focus of the organization has always been human services and certainly not development. We want to build up the community, pun intended, and not to bring it down. And so that's why we believe that we are going to be a part of the solution. My daughter, so I want to now just give you an idea that we are connected in this community and have ties here, because that was another concern that was raised about bringing people from outside of this area coming in here. My daughter is an engineer at Dahlgren. She's a 30-something who's been working there now for over 12 years. And so she actually started out as an intern and is now moved up the ranks there. So she lives in Spotsylvania, but that's because her mother gave her a deal that she couldn't refuse to live in Spotsy. But she would be one who could afford to live here. But my point is that we have ties to this community. Our project is called Homes by Jones, which is also the named after my husband, and my youngest daughter is also a member of our board. And I want to take this time to just indicate we have a few other board members here and supporters here of our project. So fast forward to March of 24, Exodus purchased 16 acres in Shiloh District. And as I mentioned, the 21 single-family permanent homes. The 21 3-bedroom, 2-bath permanent homes will lay the foundation, we believe, for changing generational wealth outcomes. Our tagline, HICA, stands for Homes You Can Afford. And so we believe that makes the case that we are very much here to be a part of the solution for a problem that has already started and that we don't have to wait to come. So the reason for my being here tonight is to request your approval for us, Exodus, to apply for a CDBG funding, a community block grant. And the reason for that is because our preliminary engineering plan projected a cost of roads and infrastructure to be over $2 million. With that cost, that would add about $100,000 to each home. And so at that rate, if you move away from it being affordable and are seeing why developers do have high costs when you have to add those different components of the project to it. And that's why we are trying to work out ways where we don't have to add those kind of costs to the project. So we are looking for your approval to apply for the grant. We're not asking for any funding. The George Washington Regional Commission, and there are a couple of people here tonight from George Washington Regional Commission. They provide the oversight, and the help would provide from what I understand, would provide the county with the assistance in order to prepare the application for us. And of course, just applying for it doesn't mean that we will get it, but we certainly won't get it if we are not able to apply. And so that is what I'm requesting tonight. And I thank you for your time and attention to hear what we have to say. And do you have any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Mary. Does anyone have any questions?
I do. I just have a clarifier. Exactly. Could you explain, because there's a lot of people listening, what this grant does, like what the county does to help you apply for the grant, and once you receive the grant, what you would pay for?
So from what I understand, and as I said, some George Washington Commission people are here. What I understand that there are two components. There's a planning part that would help us to do a market analysis and just further determine the benefits and uses of the property. And then they would help in the actual project projections and estimates in that would be required in the application. And then once that has been completed, they would assist with the preparation for the roads and infrastructure, which is a lot of technical details that would be required, and they would be able to bring in the expertise that would be necessary to do that.
And then also that property, since it was originally platted in the whole project Faith complex, that they're two separate entities. You purchased the land from that entity, and it already has the plats to do the homes, correct?
Correct. We did purchase it from Project Faith.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Ma'am, what do you think your odds are of getting the grant, and what is your plan B if you don't get those grants?
Well, I think we're going to get it, of course. And but we are doing fundraising. I don't have any doubt that we are going to get this project done, whether we have this grant or not, because we are starting to get some momentum. We've developed collaborations with other organizations. We're talking to persons that would be able that have the heart for what we're doing, and that would be able to give us some assistance if we're not able to get this funding.
Okay. Now, when we met before, I had this question. I wonder if you've had a chance to look into it. Is it legal or feasible to put some kind of verbiage in the contract, the sales contracts, that would require the purchasers to actually live in the homes? And where I'm going with that is, I don't, once they move up and own and to other things, I don't want these homes to turn into shoddy rental properties. I want them to take care of them, live in them, and when they move on, they sell them to the next generation of people who need affordable housing.
Yes, we did look into that. I don't have a complete legal opinion, but that there is a mechanism where that will happen, and that is exactly what we're interested in. That, again, the generational wealth building, and not to also be able to pass those benefits on to other families.
Thank you.
I have two questions, maybe three. So the first one is, so during the Project Faith time, the promise was that you'd have, just like you promised, first responders, police, and medical folks, but there's nobody in there that meets that criteria. So would you have it in a deed of covenants that they'd have to be that in order to apply for a home?
Well, I can't answer for Project Faith. And when you say there's no one in there that is like that, are you talking about in their rental properties?
So there, like I said, when Project Faith, this is before my time,
Mm-hmm.
but I was listening to it all. They said they would have those folks, and that's the reason for that housing was for those folks. So, how would you guarantee that that's the folks that will be in there?
Well, that's all that we have been promoting and identified. That is the group that we feel are more at risk now of not being able to remain in the community and at the level that they should by working full-time jobs. And so I can only say that, I mean, no one made us decide to do that. I didn't know that was something that Project Faith had promised, but I can assure you that those are the people that we are most interested in serving, and I can guarantee you, and those that came out to our community event, the very first one, there were teachers. There were about 5 female and 1 male, and so we received good feedback. We have constantly been reaching out. I've written to the all of the officials in the area, the superintendent of the Board of Education, to the sheriff, to the fire chief. I've initiated to try and connect with those groups to make good on what we're planning to do.
Thank you, but there's no guarantee is what you're telling me.
My word is my guarantee.
Well, okay. And would the county be on the hook for any funds at any time?
Only if they want to be. We don't have any plans that right now that we are asking for funding from the county.
So a lot of times the grants, you have to have a local funding. That's not in this grant.
It's my understanding that whatever requirement that there is, that if there is some staff working from the county working in this to help us with the grant, that will suffice for any monetary requirements.
And these houses, will they have a deed of covenant that comes with them?
They will have a deed, yes.
Will there be a property owners association?
We have not gotten to that level to decide whether if it makes sense. The trends more now is that people in the community, and that's one of the things that we want to do, is to return the sense of community that I know I grew up with, and maybe there's others of you that grew up in that same way. And so if community members are able to pitch in and do the different things that an HOA would do, we're looking at all the options.
So do you know how many hours of county employee time it would take to fulfill your mission?
That I do not know, but I can find out. Do you have any idea?
So, yeah, that's a big question.
Yes. And we can certainly get that answer to Mr. Boyles, who is the head of the George Washington Regional Commission, is in Italy. And so that's why he wasn't able to be here tonight, because I wanted him to be here to be able to answer questions like that. But we can certainly get an answer for you.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Stroud.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for coming tonight.
Mm-hmm.
We had I think a very good meeting, and I briefed that during my board report post the meeting here. And I applaud what you're trying to do. I'm going to restate a couple of the questions that we talked about that night just to get them on the public record and get it out there. And then I have, so as a 501c3, your financials are a matter of public record and available upon request, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The questions I think have already, it's been asked. I'm going to maybe ask a little differently, but how do you limit, because your objective, as briefed to me and then tonight, is to make homes affordable to county employees, first responders and teachers, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the challenge is, how do you legally limit the purchase of those homes to those people? And then after doing that, then because in America, I believe our objective is to improve our lives and those of our kids and everything. So let's say that a young person, maybe even a couple, school teacher, firefighter, deputy, this becomes available to them. They buy a home. They live there for 4 or 5 years, and now, they've got their college loans paid off. Probably not in 4 or 5 years. It'd be about 15 or 20. But let's say that they get those loans paid off, and now they're doing better, and their property value has increased, and they want to cash out, take their $100,000 and invest in a home in Hop Yard or some other subdivision. What then? So we gave them, gave them a foot up on getting ahead in life. They take their money, they cash out, but if they cash out, now that somebody's got to pay that increase, whoever the new home buyer is, and it's not available to the teachers or those first responders anymore. So how do you say, okay, 4 or 5 years are up, but guess what? It wasn't a good investment for you, because it wasn't an investment at all, because you have to sell it for what you paid for it, because it has to stay affordable for the next people that comes in. I mean, it's almost like government housing. Okay.
No, I can assure you it's not that.
But now you just limited them. They can't make any money on it, or it's no longer what was an intended purpose was.
No, we have not limited them to anything. There are, what I said is that we have not worked out all of the mechanism, but certainly, and here's an example, and I'm not saying that this is something we're going to use, but the community land trust, they have actually worked out this formula so that the person leaving the home will be able to get some of the equity, and still there will be a benefit for the new homeowner coming would also be able to benefit. So that there are models that are already out there where this has been worked, because of course we want a homeowner, if the house has increased in value, to be able to take advantage of it, and we do want to pass the benefits on. And I believe that the homeowners, persons that will get into these homes, will understand the importance of passing on and giving back to in the future for families to have the same kind of benefit that they receive themselves.
Okay. So that's something that model that you're talking about, those models, I looked up a couple things, and I threw out some numbers earlier this evening during the earlier conversation.
Mm-hmm.
And just the way, whenever we met, I gave you some backstory on my life, where I came from. Okay, I didn't have a silver spoon. Okay, everything that I owned when I entered the Marine Corps fit in a box about this big. I still have the box. And high school dropout, in the Marine Corps 23 years, went in as open contract private, retired as a major. And so it's about working hard and getting somewhere. I never got a handout. Okay, I've always worked for everything. I've suffered. And whenever I say suffered, I just mean that I didn't consider it suffering. Yeah, I like ramen. Okay, but I ate a lot of it. So, and I still eat it. But the thing is I am not. I don't feel like it's King George or King George citizens' responsibility to lower the standards so that somebody can get there. And that's maybe the Marine Corps part of me. Okay. In the Marine Corps, it was the higher you raise the bar, the higher we're going to jump. Okay. If you lower the bar, we're not going to jump any higher. You're only going to jump as high as the bar is. So in King George, the average salary or average home income is like $129,000. The average in Virginia is $96,000 or something. So what that says is our cost of housing here may be higher, but the average home income is higher as well. So we acknowledge that it is expensive to live here, but the average income here is higher. So there's somewhat of supporting information there for why things are higher. I had to live where I could afford. I didn't always live in King George. I lived in my truck. Now I lived in Fredericksburg, and lived with somebody until I could save up money to make a home payment. Okay. So, whenever we're going through this, those are the evaluations that go through my mind. And I want to see the data before I sign on.
Okay.
I applaud the effort because we all, I think, at some point, need to have some help along the way. And that's, what you're doing. But I just want to see the data and the models. Whenever I get it, I will take the model, whatever I get, and I'm going to go back and I'm going to look at any other information that's associated with it. So if somebody provides me some information, then I take data, and data can be manipulated to tell the story you want it to tell. So whenever you provide me data or whoever provides me data, I'm going to look at all the stories you didn't tell me, the counter arguments as well. So all I do is I'm just offering this now. So whenever you come back, you'll already be prepared for that in advance, so that you're successful, and we're successful.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Can I respond to some of what you said, just in terms of, you mentioned lowering the standard and not giving handouts. I don't consider these folks, the teachers and the first responders, the healthcare workers, that they are trying to help them would be lowering the standard at all. And what we showed you tonight in some of the data, and it's worth looking at, is that yes, there are persons in the community that are earning a living that can afford these homes, but is the teachers and the first responders and the healthcare professionals and those others, they are not in that category. And so, I guess the numbers may be worth looking at, but that's what the story tells me, is that there is a huge gap and that we're just helping these folks to be able to make up some of the ground, because it's a problem that they did not have anything to do with. And some of the problem was created by the shortage in housing, the folks coming in from outside being able to buy homes and driving up the prices. And so, but these critical citizens then are not getting some of the same advantages because they don't have that same level of income.
Right. So, and by no means, I didn't mean to say that by lowering that bar is not insulting. I'm saying that in life. I'm just associating it to a life. Mm-hmm. If I want to get ahead in life, and I don't want to keep everybody here tonight long, but if somebody's going into college and they ask me for my advice, then I'm going to tell them to look at the job openings. Okay. And if there are no job openings in the field you're going into, that's probably not the field to go into. You want to go into the one with the highest job openings, or look at the salaries that they're paying and choose your career based off that. And if you can afford to do what you want to do, then that's cool, but just accept, okay? If my job is going to be, and I don't know anything about it, but taking pictures of birds, and that's what I want to do, and I can accept that. I'm not going to make much money taking pictures of birds, but that's what I want to do, then I made that decision. So if I take a job and I say, okay, you know what? The max pay that I'm going to get is this much a year, and I'm happy with that, that's a decision that the person makes. They need to change jobs, change careers, get better educated. Now, does that associate to what you're saying? It does, but it's not saying that. I'm not talking against the project. I'm not saying that at all, okay? Because I've been there. And is it needed? Yes. Okay, I just wanted to clear up that,
Okay.
you know, that part of it.
Well, and we're certainly willing to get, if you need more information to make the decision about giving us the approval to apply for the grant, we're certainly willing to do what it is that we need to do.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I appreciate your time.
Okay.
Thank you for coming here today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I just want to address for the board. It gets really difficult when you try to do workforce housing because you absolutely cannot restrict the sale of it to certain individuals. That's discrimination under the law. And as much as we want to help teachers and firefighters and police, there may be some other creative way, but you can't just outwardly do that. It is unlawful to do it. There's at least one statute I'm aware of that does not allow a locality to try to impose restrictions on renting. So if someone owns a unit and they want to rent it, the locality cannot impose restrictions on that. There may be creative ways that I'm unaware of. Ms. Parnell can come up with to restrict that rental, restrict it as a rental unit from a covenant or something, but I wouldn't know how to do that. But I just wanted to help you in your research.
Okay.
The only thing that I've found that helps with targeting teachers and others is, you know, you can make a donation to a 501c3 that then operates a program for down payment assistance. And there are creative ways like that, but you cannot restrict to whom you sell a property to.
Right. And I didn't mean to imply that it is a restriction for them, that these are the persons that we are targeting. And with the county schools are the second largest employer in this county. And so I don't see that we're talking about 21 homes. So I don't see that we're gonna that there will be, you know, that many and more. I think that will apply, and that's just in the school system, not to mention the others. So no, we are not saying this is only for this group, because we know we can't restrict, but these are the groups that we are targeting, that we are really trying to visit them and see them and make sure that they are the ones, but no, not offer any wholesale restrictions that it can only be those.
That gave me another question. Ma'am, that gave me another question. Just so if, let's say that you built the homes and no teachers are the community, first responders, teachers, let's say that none of them bought the home and now you got 10 empty homes. You only sold 11. What do you do with the 10 empty homes at that point?
There is a housing shortage. I didn't talk about that tonight, and that's been well documented. I don't in any way believe that just in the community adjacent to where we're building, there are 132 rental units. I don't know, because, you know, privacy and all, I haven't done research to see if there's teachers or healthcare or who's in there, but but these are residents of King George. They are there in that community, and there's 132 rental units. So to me, it's conceivable that there are people right there that would want our housing. And that would be a step up for them. And something I don't think I highlighted, we are offering free budgeting classes and finance classes that for those that we are planning to sell these homes to. And we have a community lender that will also be assisting us with these classes as well.
See, that means that goes back to that, the homes are being made available to lower income wage earners, which makes them then low income housing. And if a family, a unit, as discussed earlier, only covers, let's say an average in the county of 75% of their cost for their taxes, which is, I think that's a far reach anyway. But let's say that it is, that means that 21 times 25% has to be made up somewhere else. And because they're already lower on there already, then that percentage is much less. So if they have kids, then that's potentially, let's just say it's 3-bedroom homes. Okay, 2 kids per home, another 42 kids minimum at that, maybe more if they use bunk beds. I'm just saying, into the school system, that may be another bus, that may be, there's more teachers, 42, how many kids are in a classroom? That could be another class worth of kids. That is another cost to the community that it's bringing. And those are the things we're looking at. We're trying to consider, because the people that, the constituency, they don't, is what they're paying and what they're getting. So that's the reason we're asking these.
Sure.
Some of
I
these things.
think they're reasonable questions. I think that these are people already in the community. And so I hesitated to say that there would be some tax revenue benefit, because you brought up that you're losing 25%. And so I think that's certainly worth looking at. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought.
Ms. Parnell,
Yes.
I've enjoyed the questions and the answers. Mr. Chairman, I know we don't follow Robert's rules, but can we close debate?
Close debate?
Yes, sir.
Oh, absolutely, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Find it on my thing. All right, next up is the Kaleido Limited Partnership and Howard Power LLC Battery Energy Storage Facility presentation, Mr. Cyrus Tashikori and Mr. Scott Foster. Did I say your name right?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Good job. Supervisors, thank you for your time. Cyrus Tashikori with Harwood Power, and my colleagues Scott Foster, who's smarter than me, may be able to answer some questions that I can't. I'm going to try not to read every word on these slides. You have the slides and it's late, so feel free to interrupt or follow up with me either at the end or offline with any questions you have. My company's proposing a battery energy storage system, or BESS, called Harwood Power on industrially zoned land in King George County, about 4 miles southwest of Dahlgren. This would store electricity in banks of batteries in containers similar to the ones you see on the screen. The one in the bottom right is actually a Dominion-owned existing facility called Dry Bridge in Chesterfield County. And this is grid-tied transmission level, so it doesn't have the Supervisor Binder mentioned fees associated with certain types of projects. Those are distribution level projects. This is transmission level, so no concern there. The technology here is a more stable, more expensive, more heat resistant form of the same batteries that are in our cell phones and in our laptops, electric cars, et cetera. And this is part of a trend across the country and across the Commonwealth of modernizing the electric grid, making it more reliable. Let me move on to the next slide, why we're here. So Virginia has a big problem not enough electricity. And that translates to grid reliability issues and also consumer price issues, a lot of cost. Just in the last few days, Governor Youngkin's State of the Commonwealth address, he mentioned two really interesting facts. One, Virginia just this year became the #1 electricity importer in the US. 40% of the electricity is now imported in Virginia. And the cost of that imported electricity went up almost tenfold in the last single year. So a lot of this slide goes into other aspects of that cost increase, but the bottom line is this is hitting not only grid reliability, but the bottom line of the ratepayer, and projects like Harwood in the context of similar projects across the Commonwealth can really help increase grid reliability, especially on a record cold week like this, and also keep consumer costs down. The Planning Commission recommended approval, and they wanted us to calculate or provide a kind of a layman's idea of how much power we're talking about. So this last bullet mentions that, which is that this is roughly the same amount of power to power the entire county's residences for about a day, or if you just look at the residences in Dahlgren, for about a week. Moving on to the next slide. So this is located on a 12-acre piece of a much larger parcel. It's about 1,000 feet west of Route 301 at the intersection of Washington Mill Road and 301, along an existing huge overhead Dominion power line corridor. The battery containers themselves won't be visible to the public. I'll show you on the next slide. We would build a new substation within that existing big transmission corridor. And that land, if you go to the next slide, that land has been used by a off-road motorcycle ATV group, big group, family group for many years, and you can kind of see all the routes. But the whole tract is industrially zoned, and the whole tract north of it is commercially zoned. And you'll probably recognize this vantage. You'll see the water tower. The containers would be kind of behind the water tower from this vantage, which is the only public vantage of the site. So this is the layout. What you'll notice here is a lot of space, empty space, and this is kind of one of the innovations in the battery storage space, is to space these containers apart so that if there is ever a fire incident, you're dealing with one container that's smaller than this dais versus, you know, a big building or something like that that has a fire somewhere in it. Most of these facilities don't experience any sort of fire safety issues. We have worked with King George Fire and the Planning Commission on conditions specifically addressed to this project, this location, and it does also obviously conform with the county zoning ordinance, which requires a number of fire safety elements that I can go over. There's a fire muster station with a fire panel in the northeast corner of the site, and you can see that big overhead corridor along the southern edge. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to read everything on the slide, but the most important point here is this facility is designed and regulated to prevent fire issues. Most facilities, like I said, don't have any fire issues. You probably have never even heard of that, the one I showed you on slide 2 that is operating. But a lot of folks ask us about it. Lithium and lithium ion sounds dangerous. Is it toxic? What is it? So lithium itself is not toxic. It's actually prescribed as an antipsychotic. Not saying it's safe to just chug lithium, but it's not a toxin. When there is a fire, the concern is actually the plastic, like in a house fire, your refrigerator, melting and catching on fire. That smoke, all the glue in the wood, the paint, that smoke is hazardous. You definitely don't want to breathe it. It's the same exact issue here, except with a much smaller footprint. If you can imagine something smaller than this dais here, that's about 10 feet tall. So there's a whole approach to addressing fire safety on this type of project. I'm happy to answer questions about it. And the ordinance does go into some detail about that. Next slide, please. So these are the proposed conditions in front of you. These came out of the Planning Commission. A decommissioning plan that pays for the decommissioning of the project at the end of its useful life. We would upfront and annually train EMS give them remote access. There's 24/7 monitoring, compliance with the latest fire safety standards, NFPA 855, on-site water source. There are conditions requiring a site-specific hazard mitigation analysis. The Planning Commission was interested in this topic in particular. It is already part of NFPA 855, but we added it as a condition just to be very responsive to their concerns. There's some other cleanup stuff here in the conditions as well. There's a noise condition and a couple of conditions that came out of the Planning Commission having to do with foreign adversaries owning this type of infrastructure. So that's all in front of you. Next slide just shows an example of a hazard mitigation analysis, which is part of NFPA 855, but now also will be in as a condition, and we would work with the fire and rescue team on finalizing this in the site-specific emergency management plan. I'll also mention that we have, under Virginia law, we are obligated to propose a siting agreement on this type of facility to the county. We have done that. We have had one call with Mr. Stewart and Mr. Smolnick to discuss a siting agreement, got some feedback from them. This is really up to you all if you want to do a siting agreement. We've done a few of these projects and some solar projects. All of the solar projects have done siting agreements. Only half of the battery projects we've done in the Commonwealth have done siting agreements. This siting agreement includes a donation or a contribution or payment to the King George Fire and Rescue for purchase of some equipment. If you all don't want to do a siting agreement, we would find another way to donate that same fund, that same amount of money to the King George Fire and Rescue. So, and we look forward to continuing to talk with Mr. Stewart about that. I think this might be my last slide, but this project, while it's not a ton of revenue on considering the acreage, very small acreage, it's a chunk of change over a 40-year life of the project in addition to the siting agreement payment. So 6.4 million over 40 years, not terrible. I did want to just mention we've been working on the next slide. We've been working on this for quite some time. Started in October 2019. Had participated actively through the county comp plan rewrite through 23 and consulted with staff, both old staff and new staff over the last 14, 16 months. Had a community meeting in April 24, presented to the fire chief officers meeting, went through a lot of department input, submitted our application, resubmitted, went to the Planning Commission for an informational presentation, and also had a second public hearing at the Planning Commission that led us to today. So we're hoping that over the next month or so, we have already noticed for February 3rd public hearing for your February 4th meeting. And we're hoping in the next month or so to get your approval so that we can keep the project on track for a Dominion request for proposal, which is also due in February, and construction start in 2016 and operations in 2026 and operations start in 2028. So there's more here, but I'll stop talking and see if you have any questions. Scott, did I miss anything? Or okay.
Bender.
I'm gonna be your toughest sell. Not to go on any of this. And some of you might have seen the wildfires in California. And a couple days ago, I received an email of a story about one of your battery storage, not yours, but a battery storage facility that caught on fire and the residents were evacuated. So I don't understand how you say lithium-ion batteries are not dangerous, because I'm looking at a report from 2023 from Tex, and just for the public's information on that, I brought it up. Texas A&M Engineering Extension Services, they've done some reports on battery storage, and they talk about thermal runaway. And thermal runaway, the lithium-ion batteries overheats and catches fires and explodes. And then they talk about lithium-ion battery exposure because they contain toxic chemicals and heavy metals. And I know that property pretty well. And just a disclaimer to the public, I don't live very far from there. And I have a concern if there's a fire in the toxic that is exposed to Claydell and the other residents in that area, and the fact that Mashota Creek has many tributaries that start back there behind on that property and the contamination to the creek that goes into the Chesapeake Bay. So I know you would wish this was fast tracked, but you only had one community meeting. I think you need to have more so that the residents are aware of it and more information out there. I think this is a big project that would have a big impact. I know the green energy goals for the state of Virginia, Governor Youngkin and I disagree on that a little bit, but I want to know answers to saying that this stuff is not a fire hazard, because the articles from California disagree with you.
Sure, I'm happy to answer that thoroughly. The California incident, Moss Landing, I believe, is the facility that just caught on fire. That's like the third incident at that facility, and that is a prior generation building based, which we would never develop, and no one does those anymore for this very reason. If there's an incident, then it's very hard to deal with it because it's inside of a big building. So that is a giant warehouse with racks of batteries, and they have, sprinklers and stuff, but it's not adequate. So if there is an incident, you're inside of a giant building, and what are you going to do? So number one, that's a problematic facility. Number two, that's a completely different design than the latest NFPA 855. The ordinance requires NFPA compliance. NFPA 855 has basically moved away not only from building-based, like that type of facility, but even the containers themselves. They have put a lot of thought into not having people enter these containers so you don't have outside air. All of this is redundancy to prevent fire issues. Fire issues since 2017 to now have gone down 97% at these, and they were already low. So it's simply just not the case that, there's a high fire risk with this technology. The one risk with this technology is that it can catch on fire. And it's the same thing with your cell phone. So a good way to think about it is if you get on an airplane, they will ask you, do you have a lithium ion battery in your check-in luggage, not in your carry-on luggage, in your check-in luggage. The reason they're making that distinction is because if your phone overheats on the plane, you can do something about it. You're there, you can separate it, whatever. If it's in the base of inside the airplane, that's a risk. So the same concept here. We've designed, all of the regs, including your own ordinance, has taken all this stuff into account. And it basically means we design these facilities to where if something does happen, it's not going to propagate. It's a small incident. The fire folks know what to do. As far as toxins, so you can ask Chief Moody if you don't believe me. This is a Class A fire in terms of the components in the fire. So a house fire has the same chemistry when we're dealing with cleaning up a house that burned down, or a barn maybe full of equipment that burned down. Same exact chemistry, nothing special in this type of facility versus a big house catching on fire. So it doesn't mean you're gonna eat the dirt. It's not healthy to on a house fire to go and just play with the dirt, but it's not a unique risk in terms of the residents, the neighbors. Number 2 or 3, I guess, this is industrially zoned land. That said, the stormwater requirements would capture any runoff water from, the fire hoses on the adjacent units. We don't even ask the fire folks to put fire on a container that's on fire. They put the hoses on the adjacent units, keep them cool, let the fire burn out, and then we can come in and clean up the unit that if it were ever to catch on fire.
But hold on, sorry to interrupt, but you just said to put out, the fire has to burn out, correct? These batteries, you just can't put them out. They have to burn out. And you're talking about 40-year lifespan. As we all know, those of us who are a little older, the first phones, amazing what you can put in a phone nowadays. For 40 years, those batteries are not going to be the same technology. 10 to 1, they'll be downsized or whatever. But you talk about a house fire. There's too many batteries here. It's not like a normal house fire. This is a lot different than a house fire.
Yeah, so a couple of clarifications. So the batteries get switched out over time. They're just kind of like a hard drive. They slot right out. So if one starts to degrade, it gets slotted out with a new one. And to your point, maybe the new ones are more robust or whatever it is, but it's not the same battery for 40 years. It might be the same container, the same wiring, the same substation, but the batteries are being slotted out. That's basically almost one of the only maintenances on the project is just swapping out these batteries. As far as the fire profile, I'm sorry, what was the comment
Keep
about the house
talking
fire?
about that as like a house fire.
Yeah.
But that's not a house. Houses usually don't have huge battery storage
Sure.
containers in them. So the fire is a different level, a different, it's not a house fire. So comparing it to a house fire, it's not apples and apples.
So I don't know if you think about the size of a house versus something this big, obviously this is much more dense. Inside of this, most of the batteries don't burn, even in the worst case incidents that have happened. Once you go in there, it's like one rack is black and everything else is singed or fine. And that's not because they're putting water on it. That's just because it's liquid cooled system. If you look at the amount of mass in a house fire versus one of these, and you feel free to, talk to the fire chief who's got experience with this technology. It's very comparable, and there's really nothing magic in the chemistry here than like when your microwave or your paint or your flooring or your TV in a house fire is burning. The pressure treated wood, it's all the same chemistry. There's not a big amount of oil or fuel or some kind of liquid chemistry involved. It's actually comparable to a Class A fire.
I'm reading different information. I guess we have a difference of opinion on this. And then my other question about you talked about the swapping out of the batteries. How are they disposed? Do you have a plan for disposal?
They're, for the most part, recyclable, refurbishable, reusable, including all of the components. So right now there's a bigger and bigger, including an aftermarket for batteries that are suboptimal for this use. They're kind of not as efficient as we want them to be, but there's a whole aftermarket for those batteries. So that's an issue that's 12, 15 years away. The most important thing is they're not going to be disposed of in King George County. So that's.
And since our firefighters have never dealt with this before, do you have any plan of assisting them with learning how to treat it or any of that?
Yeah. So
never dealt with this kind of facility before.
Absolutely. I know I flew through it, but we would work with the firefighters to create an emergency management plan, including a hazard mitigation analysis. And then we would train on that plan, which is going to be site specific. That emergency management plan would be on site, would be at each of the locations with including at the county. It would be updated regularly, and we would train annually on that plan.
Okay, thank you. And I would like to ask our county administrator on that. Can we have next time Chief Moody here? Because I would ask what kind of equipment do we actually have that, because we've never had this kind of facilities before. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sellens.
Thanks for coming out, sir. First off, I'd like to make a point. Earlier in your presentation, you talked about how we're importing so much of the electricity. I would argue that that's probably because we have so many data centers here in the state of Virginia that roughly 70% of the world's internet information comes through the state of Virginia. So we need power to get that. I want to touch on what Ms. Bender said. So a few weeks ago, I got to sit in on your presentation to the Planning Commission, and you used some of the same information there. You talked about how you basically compared it to a house fire, and you said no, lithium isn't toxic. But as you were speaking, I just did a quick not tonight, but that night on my phone, just sitting over here. It didn't catch on fire, by the way. But just ask the question of Google, is lithium toxic? And it says lithium battery fires can be very toxic because they release toxic chemicals like hydrogen fluoride, phosphorus fluoride. And I said, okay, well, is lithium itself toxic? It goes on and says, yes, indeed, it's toxic. In some cases, lithium toxicity can lead to coma, brain damage, or even death. You compared it to a house fire in terms of the chemicals. But the chemical fire that a lithium battery, it burns at 2,000 degrees. That's not comparable to a house fire. And you've talked about talking to Chief Moody a couple times. He's given me a cool tour of the fire station. Really cool place. Check it out sometime. But there's a wall where they've got a bunch of cool pictures, dating back to the beginning of our fire department. One of those is a picture of a bent up, burned out piece of metal. And I'm like, what's that? that was an EV car that caught on fire. The lithium batteries caught on fire, burned for, I think he said something like 3 days. They would put it out. As soon as they took the water off of it, it reignites again. They ultimately had to dig a pit, fill it with water, throw the thing in it to get the thing to go out. That's not a house fire, dude. So I want to know, and don't point to government regulations, what are you really doing to help mitigate these things, help put our residents at ease?
I don't disagree with anything you just said. I'm specifically saying there are folks who are concerned about lithium burning as a unique risk, and I'm saying it's not. It's all the other stuff you mentioned, the energy density, the plastic. It's really the plastic, all that plastic, dense amount of energy on fire. If there was a house fire, there would be a ton of nasty stuff, and you do not want to stand within 50 feet of it. Mm-hmm. You don't want to stand within 50 feet of it, especially downwind of it, right? It's the same story, except in a much denser footprint, but a much smaller footprint, you know? So I'm not talking about, I don't disagree with anything you said. It is a serious issue if something catches on fire, whether it's this or a house. And I'm saying if you look at the chemistry of the fumes, the emissions, the volume of the emissions, it's a Class A fire. There's not some like if a chemical plant were to burn down or a factory, that would not be the case. It would be some other type of fire. So that's the distinction I'm trying to make, not to say that this behaves the same way as a house fire. You're right about the EV vehicles. Those are cheaper batteries. Those are less heat resistant, but that's absolutely true that especially, you know, these facilities are designed in place with all of the safety stuff around them. An EV might be, who knows, like random place in the middle of nowhere and catches on fire. But it is a risk that, you know, you hear about them very rarely because it's a rare incident. And the same with this type of facility. It's extremely rare for this stuff to happen. You only hear about the incidents that occur, not the ones that don't occur. And everything we do basically on this type of technology is, you know, belt and suspenders to be able to address an incident if it does occur, you know.
Sure. I guess I'm not inherently against this project. You know, I get it. There's going to be risks, just like, you know, and these things are all over the place and they're not all blowing up. We have residents that are very concerned. What I would like you to do when you come back is add a slide or two with specific details on how you're mitigating this. Just pointing to the government regulation. There's not a lot of people that trust the government these days. We want to know specifics on how you're fixing it or preventing it, I should say.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Collins, anything? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And I believe we're up for a public hearing on the 4th. Is that when we would present that?
We have advertised it for the February 4th meeting. I've already sent an email to Chief Moody, and any other concerns that you have, we'll make sure we have the appropriate staff. And I'll be in discussion with you gentlemen here in the coming days.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chair, I know you put it on. I would just say I don't agree with that. I think there questions need to be asked and a little more community response. Because you talked about one meeting that was in April, and especially with the Amazon deal, people got upset they didn't have more input. And so I would vote against it, but it's the will of the board.
Just to clarify, we had a public meeting of our own accord, not required by the, then we had an information meeting at the Planning Commission, then we had a Planning Commission meeting, and this is an information meeting here, so this would be the 4th, not to.
Oh, I understand that, but one of the things that folks did with the Amazon deal is they did not like that there were not more community engagement. So one meeting is not enough community engagement for me, just based on past experience. I know Open Road Renewables has had quite a few in Dahlgren West and also, but you have not. And I find that a little disappointing.
Thank you.
All right, next up, Dahlgren Bicycle and Pedestrian Plan, GWRC, Ms. Carrie Eves.
Chairman Davis, Vice Chair Sullins, Supervisors, Mr. Smolnik, and Senator Stewart, thank you for this opportunity. I only have 4 sentences for you and then I'm done. Number 1, We are from the George Washington Regional Commission. My name's Ian Ollis. Number two, my wonderful colleague Carrie will take you through a presentation of this study we've been doing for the Dahlgren area with the county and for the county. Number three, we just have one or two suggestions for you to think about in the future of other things. And number four, we'll be here for any questions you have. So I'll hand over to my colleague. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I am here to talk about the bicycle and pedestrian plan for Dahlgren, the safety plan. I was expecting a different slide. So that is the plan itself, which is in your packet for you all to review at your leisure. But it's like 52 pages, so I do not want to read them all for you tonight. So if we could look at, you got it? I think she probably has them. I sent them to her. So while she's taking care of that, we'll talk a little bit about the Rural Transportation Work Program for George Washington Regional Commission, which we do for King George and Caroline counties. The Dahlgren Bike Ped Plan is part of that. Okay. Got it? I'm a little short. Sorry, guys. Okay. Hopefully she can find those soon. Do you have them up there in hard copy? Okay. I did send them. All right. Well, every year we do a rural work program for the two rural counties, King George and Caroline. And we develop this plan in concert with your locality planners and with your elected officials that are on the GWRC board. So for FY24, one of our work products was the Dahlgren Bicycle and Pedestrian Plan. Actually, I had the pleasure of working with Ms. Bender on this. And it's going to be interesting to try and do this without any visuals. But some of the other things that we've worked on in the work program in the past were the Bowling Green Small Area Plan for Caroline, which produced a winning smart scale project, the King George Courthouse and Bike and Pedestrian Plan.
Ms. East, I'm right here.
What?
I'm up here. Listen, do you have that yet? Let's just take a pause for a second.
Sure.
And get it straight, because I know that this is putting a little bit of pressure because you want the visuals going too.
A little bit.
Let's take a 5-minute real quick if anyone needs it.
Not the worst place I've ever been, but.
All right, 5 minutes.
Thanks.
And the slides were the slides were in our folder, by the way.
Yeah, I saw that. Okay.
Are we ready? All right, Ms. Eves, go ahead.
Okay. Now that you've had your snack and your 5-minute break and we're all good to go and you've got your homework in front of you, I'm going to start over again if y'all don't mind.
Yep, start over.
All right. Okay, so tonight I'm here to talk about the Dahlgren Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Plan, which is part of the Rural Transportation Work Program that we do every year for King George and Caroline County at GWRC. This plan, we develop this every year. It's a work agreement between your county and us. Through it, we provide regional transportation planning assistance, like small area plans and transportation studies. We help with smart scale applications, and we accomplish this through federal funding and through VDOT funding. And y'all pay about $6,683 every year from your annual per capita local dues to help accomplish this. Next slide. Some of our past products have been the Bowling Green Small Area Plan for Caroline, which helped produce the winning Smart Scale project for round 3. That was the highest scoring project in the state. The King George Courthouse Bike and Pedestrian Plan, which just helped you guys get a winning TAP application for the middle school sidewalk. And then, of course, the 2050 Rural Long Range Transportation Plan, which we update every 5 years and help maintain for the 2 counties. Next slide. This is just the Rural Work Program budget. It and the rest of the program is in your packet. It's part of all of that. You can take a review of it anytime you like. So looking forward towards FY25 and 26, we are proposing a Rural Technical Advisory Committee, which would be your own separate TAC, separate from the current FAMPO TAC, which you guys are rolled into. But I want to come back and talk to you guys about that next month after you've had a chance to review the proposal that is in your homework folder. I also want to come back and talk to you about Smart Scale, which we need to start talking about that very soon, this spring, if we can, because round 7 is going to be coming up faster than you know. Next slide. After all that, let's talk about what we're actually here to talk about, the Dahlgren Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Plan, which was our FY24 product. So this plan updates the 2018 Trailways Master Plan because those recommendations in many cases no longer meet the VDOT safety and design guidelines, and they're just no longer appropriate for the traffic that you're facing now. This plan is consistent with your comp plan. It's designed to help your residents get around safely because with 301, the bridge expanding and facing larger traffic, it's not as safe. Full implementation over the long term. It's designed to help you grow into a small town, Dahlgren, to grow into a small town rather than just a pass-through place for 301. So that plan is, again, in your packet for review. Next slide. So our study area is Owens Drive. That's the yellow line up there that sort of loops around over 301. Owens Drive in the west to the east, and then south along Dahlgren Road and Potomac Drive. This whole area in the comp plan is recommended to be developed as a village district, which is basically walkable, civic spaces. It's divided into a Main Street area, a commercial area, and a residential core, which is the Dahlgren town area. So our existing conditions, in the plan, we detail population, income, housing, and employment, the residential developments that exist currently and their character, and the kind of commercial development that you have, the area amenities, and then the bike ped facilities that you currently have, which you can see there are just limited to small sidewalk areas, and then of course the railway trail. Next slide. We also document safety. So these are all crash type locations over the last 5 years, and as well as VDOT PSI, or potential for safety improvement locations. And then we also make recommendations for increased bicycle and pedestrian safety in the area. So after all that, we take a look at your future. King George is growing pretty rapidly. Over the last 10 years, you've grown about 13.6%. You are keeping a pace on, unfortunately or fortunately, however you may see it, with the counties to the west. We also make traffic volume projections to 2050 in the plan. In some places, 301, traffic is expected to double. And that's why the emphasis in this plan is on safety. You want the people who live in Dahlgren to be able to get around in their own hometown without getting run over, basically. Next slide. In the plan, we also look at planned roadway projects and future development. Now, I know on this map, we are showing an expansion to Walnut Hill that I believe was not approved, but back when we were writing this plan, we weren't sure what was going to happen with that yet. But in the text, it does reflect that that was not approved. But at the same time, I know that there are a lot of development pressures, and there is going to be some increase in residential areas. So these are any future changes in the Dahlgren area that may impact our plan recommendations. There are VDOT planned roadway projects and potential future commercial and residential expansion. Next slide. That gets us to the meat of the plan, which is our needs and recommendations. So this is just an example of the recommendations that we would make, that we do make in the plan. Route 206 and 301, one of our busy intersections. This shows our recommendations. So you've got on one side in the north, you've got Walnut Hill, and then you've got the Food Lion and other commercial areas, and you have a very busy intersection there. This is how you make it safer, basically. Crosswalks, signal, then you've got a shared use path. Now that shared use path, we recommend it goes all the way down into Dahlgren town. These are, I want to stress, 20-year recommendations. So some of them you want to implement in the short term and others in the long term, depending on your priorities, depending on when funding becomes available, and just whatever makes sense for your town now. Next slide. So what we're doing tonight, we request to open public comment tonight so that everyone has a chance to comment on this plan. The VDOT district folks, some of whom are here, they've reviewed this and they concur with the recommendations for compliance with their safety and design guidelines. This plan can currently be used to support transportation funding applications, just like the King George courthouse one that we did before. And as part of the rural work program, this plan will be published on our website with other studies. And it will be submitted to you guys again next month or whenever you'd like for your approval. So we would like, with your approval, to open public comment tonight for this plan.
And we're happy to take any of your questions or comments.
Well, I was getting there.
We do have a second public comment at the end of our meeting today. So we'd probably do it then if we did it. But I'd leave it open to the board to ask any questions that they like to ask.
We could start that. But I would also like to run it for a full 30 days and have folks be able to submit public comments to us as well as you.
I got you. Sounds good. All right. Sounds good.
Okay. So I'll take any of your questions.
Any questions? You have any? I don't think we have any, Ms. Eves. Thank you very much. I appreciate your patience with us.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Next up, VDOT, Mr. David Beal.
Hey, good evening. It's good to be back with you all. I think I was last here in October. Lots changed since then. We were doing all of our storm prep in October, November, and here we are. I've lost count. I think we're on our 4th or 5th storm, including the one we're dealing with now, which King George is not a part of. It's snowing in Lancaster, Northumberland this evening. We have been busy with some routine maintenance. We've graded our gravel roads. Bald Eagle and Alden. We cleaned ditches on Indiantown. As I said, we've had a few winter storms to respond to. I did learn of an issue we had, and I talked with Mr. Stroud about that. In Hop Yard, we had some roads that came into the system very recently, and the route number signs didn't get installed, and our contractors are instructed to only plow roads with route numbers because those are state routes. And so those roads got missed initially, and we went back and treated them towards the end of the storm. So we were a little later getting there. They didn't get the service that they expected and I expected them to get. But we've corrected those issues and anticipate better service in Hop Yard moving forward. With the storms comes the freeze-thaw cycle, which is vicious on our gravel roads. We had some complaints on Bald Eagle especially, as well as Wilmot and some others. And we've done our best to address those. We're going to apply some stone, some number 5 stone, which is just a coarse stone, no fine aggregate in it, to Bald Eagle this week to help get that reestablished so it's easier for those folks to pass through there. And once the freeze-thaw cycles begin, potholes start to form. So I always talk right after snow season is pothole season, and that's just before grass season. But we are addressing potholes as we see them. So I encourage you and the citizens, when you see a pothole, feel free to call the customer service line, which is 1-800-FORROAD, 1-800-FORT-ROAD. And that's the fastest way to get those potholes filled. On the horizon, once we get past our snowstorms and snow season, we're still working to widen out that corner there at Millbank and Port Conway. We'll dress up our gravel roads, Kings Mill and Big Timber, and continue to patch potholes. On the construction projects, a few updates there. Under the HSIP, the 205 paved shoulder from Route 3 to 301, that is planned for construction this year. That project goes out to add in February. The secondary 6-year plan, we have Bald Eagle plan to be hard surfaced in the summer of 28. We are going to update the secondary 6-year plan this spring. I'll be back in April and May to do that as we do annually. On the smart scale projects, the first 2 there are kind of tracking together. Those move to right-of-way phase in June. So we'll start acquiring easements and right-of-way necessary to build those. They go to add in the fall of 26. And the third one there, the 301 Port Conway R-Cut, that one's being managed by a consultant, and they're planning to post a willingness for a public hearing in February. So you should hear more about that next month. The bridge projects, I added a bunch of those a couple months ago, but I haven't had a chance to talk to you about them. I do need to make a correction there. Route 620 Alden Road, that culvert replacement will likely be pushed out a little further. I don't have a schedule on that, but we're using some different funding to build that. 621 Pond Hill Road will be a state forces bridge replacement. And then the 3 there in the middle are scour repair projects. That's the next group of scour repairs to be advertised. And once I get a schedule on those, I'll add those to your sheet. The last 2, there's one more on the next page on 218. There are 2 culverts on 218 near the county line with Stafford that need to be replaced. And they're tracking a few years out. I don't have a schedule yet, but I know when we do that work, there's a lot of traffic on 218, and it's a narrow road, 2 lanes, and there are 2 major culverts there. It's just going to be difficult projects there. Whether we do a detour or a phased construction, down to 1 lane with a temporary signal or something, just going to be some pain there before it gets better. So just want to make you aware of those 2 projects, but they're a ways out. That's everything I have for you all. If you have anything for me, I'm happy to take your comments.
Bender has a question.
Yes, going back to the smart scale portion where you mentioned, I know Mr. Sullins and I actually went to the quite heated, I would say, meeting that was at the high school cafeteria. Was it last year? It seems like so long ago. And there was a lot of citizens that were upset, especially about the 3013 arc. Is it an arc cut, if I remember up there?
Median U-turn.
Yes. So I saw the only one that's going to go back for public hearing is the one by Port Conway. I mean, all these areas have crash data that show. It's just, is there no more? I know the citizens, if they found out it's going to go out for bid, they felt like they wanted more input into that. And I expressed concerns with that CVS being there. And it is a challenge getting in and out. You create an R cut, it just seems that it's going to be more of a problem, especially understand there's a bus garage a little farther down in Walker Sand and Gravel that has a lot of traffic. So are they looking at that again, or is it just going out for bid the way it is?
No, we made some modifications as a result of that meeting. I think we had at that meeting we were not signalizing we were not planning to signalize the U-turns, but they are now planned to be signalized. So we made some changes based on that feedback, and all those changes are on the public information page on the website. But we're not planning to have another public hearing.
Okay, could you send that PowerPoint to us so we could share it with others and maybe put it on our county website? And I do want to thank you. I did call you about not Bald Eagle, but Wilmot Landing Road, and I do appreciate, because I got quite a few constituents that they couldn't get any mail delivery or trash service. So thank you for looking at that.
Yeah, the gravel roads are tough. Each storm is different, and I think the challenging thing on I think 2 storms ago which was the more major one, was the cold temperatures that came afterwards. So by the time we get to those gravel roads, the ice is, the snow is turned to ice and it's packed down, and you can't really plow a gravel road without tearing up all the gravel. So what we did on Bald Eagle was we added more stone on top of the snow to give them some traction. And you can't really put salt on a gravel road where it just turns to mush, which is what I think happened to Bald Eagle inadvertently. But they're a challenge, and that's why the secondary 6-year plan, a lot of times we're prioritizing hard surfacing those gravel roads so we can get rid of those problems and provide better service to the people on those homes, on those roads.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Bill.
All right, thank you all. Have a good night.
All right, next up is a public hearing, 01-12, Crown Castle, King George County Tower. Mr. Richard Stewart, Senior Interim County Attorney. We'll let Ms. Bender read.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is regarding a lease that exists on the old middle school. And what these folks want to do is they want to extend the lease. It originally would have expired in 2032. They want to extend it to 2062, which I think is 6 more 5-year terms. Mr. Rasavi actually negotiated the dollar value of this. They increased the rent starting in January, let me make sure I'm right, 2027. They'll increase the rent to $4,000 a month. And then there's a 3% escalator per year on that for the life of the lease. There was a right of first refusal, if you all recall, when I brought this to you, maybe in December. They agreed to remove that. It concerned me a great deal because this was on a small parcel on a larger parcel, and it was cumbersome and concerning to me. So after a little bit of time, they agreed to remove the right of first refusal on the purchase of anything if you all decided to sell it. So if you adopt this lease and decide to sell it, just goes with the lease is what happens. Property conveys with the lease on it.
Mr. Stewart, I think we need to read this notification for public.
Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped the gun.
That's right. I got you. Pursuant to Virginia Code Section 15.2-1800, is that ET period SEQ? Do I even have to read that part? But I did. The King George County Board of Supervisors will now hold a public hearing that has been properly advertised to receive public input regarding the Crown Castle Wireless Communication Facility, King George County Tower. The purpose of the public hearing is to solicit input and receive comments concerning the wireless communication facility named King George County Tower Site ID 881054, located at 8562 Dahlgren Road, King George County, Virginia 22485. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please state your name and address before your comment. Upon completion of public comment, Mr. Davis will bring the matter back to the board for consideration.
Is there anyone for public comment? Is there anyone online? Anyone see any written correspondence? All right, public comment closed. Back to you.
So, Mr. Chairman, as previously explained, it's up to the board to determine whether or not they want to enter into this or authorize me to enter into it or authorize Mr. Smolnick to enter into this. I would suggest that if you all approve it and authorize one of us to enter into it, that you make sure that it is in the form acceptable to me, just so I can make sure that's all done. This is it, it's good, but I want to make sure that.
You just need an action tied to the motion.
If you want to.
Yeah.
I actually brought this to you all originally in December, November, I think, and then we renegotiated that term.
Any questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, I have a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we allow the county administrator and the county attorney to execute an agreement for the KGTS 01 EMS 881054 lease agreement, known as the King George County Tower Site, located at 8562 Dahlgren Road.
Subject to the approval of the county attorney.
Subject to the approval of the county attorney.
Second.
Motion probably second. Any further discussion? We do a roll call on this?
You don't have to. I'm sorry.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Chair votes aye, motion passes. Next up is the action item Walnut Hill case, Mr. Charlie Clark, Chief Deputy Commonwealth's Attorney. You got this. Thank you, Mr. Clark. I got your name right tonight.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chair. By way of recap, on January 7th of this year, the board voted to enter into a settlement agreement with Walnut Hill's owners, and that was to settle an appeal filed from zoning decisions of this board that occurred in December of 2023. That vote also directed me to settle the appeal in circuit court consistent with that agreement. The circuit court did enter a final agreed order on January 17th for your direction. The order, simply put, directs the board to abide by the settlement agreement terms, which you all had reviewed and voted upon. As a reminder, Walnut Hill increased their school profit from $240,000 to $440,000, and they agreed to spread development over a 3-year period to ease any stress on county services. Those signed proffers were submitted earlier this morning to community development. The agreement calls for rezoning those parcels from A2 to R3 and approving the final special exception that was also denied back in December of 2023. And all of that again was voted on in January 7th. There are 3 actions that need to be taken to comply with the agreement and the court order. I'll take those up one at a time. First, I would recommend affirming by vote the approval and execution of that settlement agreement.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we ratify and approve the execution of the Walnut Hill Settlement Agreement. None Yeah. Nuns pro tunc as approved by us at the meeting of this board of January 7th, 2025. I should have asked you the pronunciation of the.
Non pro tunc.
Thank you.
Second.
Motion probably second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Collins?
I'm waiting for your next. Any nays?
Any nays?
Yes.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
All right. Secondly, to comply with the agreement and the order of the court, you'll need to vote in the affirmative to rezone that property from A2 to R3.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the rezoning request and application number 2202Z01 to rezone with updated proffers tax map 9-10 parcels 1 through 42 AB and the applicable portions of C from A2 Rural Agriculture District to R3 Multifamily Dwelling District pursuant to the agreed order entered by King George Circuit Court.
Second.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any nays?
Nay.
Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Lastly, Mr. Chairman, to further comply with the agreement and order of the court, you'll need to vote in the affirmative to approve the final special exception request.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve Walnut Hill's request for special exception to section 8.3.1B of the King George subdivision ordinance to allow the subdivision to be served by one entrance.
Second.
Motion probably second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any nays? Chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Right, thank you. And I'll tell the board that these three actions will certainly satisfy the county's obligations under the settlement agreement and will satisfy the requirements in the court order, and legally the matter is closed.
Mr. Clark. That one. Next up, a discussion item, FY24 School Fund Balance Presentation. Dr. Jesse Boyd, Superintendent of King George County Schools.
Thank you, Chairman Davis, members of the board. Thank you so much for providing me these few minutes this evening. If you remember, I think it was March of 2024, the Board of Supervisors and School Board had the opportunity to meet in here and discuss the operating budget request. And part of that conversation was a consideration of allowing the school division or the school board to discuss the fund balance for FY24. So that's what I'd like to do here this evening. Next slide. We do know now that the final FY24 dollar amount that was returned to the general fund from the school division was $1,322,606.22. Again, I think we were, in speaking with some of you, we were all hoping to get this information a little sooner, but we did have to wait for the budget, or excuse me, the audit to be completed. And now we know that amount is 1.3 million. This amount does equate to about 2.03% of our operating budget. And in an average year, that's going to be about the amount of money that we have a remainder of in any given year. Next slide. Supervisor Sullins, I think you requested during that time that we come back to you and kind of have a list of the things that were not met in the delta of the operating budget for FY24 for the request. This slide was pulled from the budget presentation, and really the two underlined items were the things that we were unable to meet because of the delta in the request. So those two items were the compression step. If you remember, we were talking about trying to relieve some of the compression in our pay scales, specifically our teacher pay scale. That was $359,000. And then the additional staffing positions at the bottom was $718,000. So just about a little over $1 million, which was also what the delta was in the budget request. I would, request that if the consideration is given to the school board to keep the fund balance, I don't know that it would be well, I do know. It would not be my recommendation at this time to use those funds for these costs. These costs are recurring costs, and I think both the school board and the board of supervisors was under the assumption that this is kind of a one-time amount of money. So what I did want to share with you, not that we're required, but if you move to the next slide, is how we would intend to use. Or excuse me, though, this is just a further fleshed out slide of the staffing positions that we requested in last year's budget and the dollar amounts associated with those staff positions. Again, pulled directly from the budget presentation from last year. And then the final slide is really how we'd like to use those funds. Again, I know that we're not required to disclose this, information, but in hopes of really working collaboratively with the Board of Supervisors, we'd like to give you an idea of how we responsibly like to use those funds. And we'd like to really do it in two ways. If you remember last year, there was a lot of talk about the Virginia Literacy Act and all of the costs associated with the new staffing positions, the new curriculum. We've been successful in implementing the Virginia Literacy Act, but it's really been described across the state as an unfunded mandate. We're seeing that now with math standards. So this coming budget cycle, the state is asking us, or the state has revised the math standards and is really requesting every school division to purchase a math curriculum that matches the new math standards, very similar to the Virginia Literacy Act in the last budget rendition. So the required math curriculum is $995,000. That would be in next year's operating budget request. But instead of coming to you all with that as an added cost, we would like to use the fund balance to purchase that curriculum so that it's not in our next year's operating budget request. And then secondly, the thing that we often do and didn't do this past year is that we like to reimburse our school activity accounts. This is something that we've done in the past. We didn't do it this year. And in fact, we didn't do a lot of the practices that we did this year just so that we could work more collaboratively with the Board of Supervisors in terms of this fund balance conversation. I know many of you know, and I know many of you have worked for government or organizations. It's our fiscal year ends on June 30th, and a common practice not only in school divisions but in governments is let's spend down that money in June. Let's just buy things so that it looks like we've used the money. I've really stressed with my staff that we have no desire to do that. We would really like to not just buy things so that we can spend the money down, but really let's go through this process where we can come back, think a little more thoroughly about what we're going to need into the future, and work with our Board of Supervisors and see that we use that money a little more efficiently than buying a bunch of things in late June. So that's what we did on our end. This is how we intend to use the money if it is afforded us. And I'm certainly available for any questions you guys have.
Sullins.
Thanks for coming back out. I really appreciate it. And thank you again for the meeting we had, the 2-on-2 meeting we had a few weeks ago. Hopefully we'll continue doing that. For the math curriculum, is that, you said the state is requesting that we purchase that. Is that a request or is that a demand?
So you really have two options. Either you can purchase a new curriculum, which most school divisions are going to do, or you can write your own. And a school division of our size is, we don't have the manpower to write our own math curriculum. The other thing that this affords us is if we purchase a state-approved math curriculum and we apply that curriculum appropriately and test our students with the standard of learning at the end of the course requirements, then we've met all the state standards in terms of applying that curriculum. If we go our own route and write our own curriculum and are unsuccessful in the results for the test, then we've got to go through all kinds of mitigation strategies for fixing that curriculum that was insufficient.
So what are we currently doing? I mean, we've been teaching math.
We're currently using the previously approved curriculum. They rewrote the math standards this past year, similar to what they did with the literacy standards the year prior. And so now under these new standards, the state is saying, we've got certain textbooks, we've got certain curriculum that is approved by the state, and we would prefer school divisions use this curriculum.
Interesting. Okay, and the 4 additional teachers that were shown on the previous slide, looks like they're being paid out at about 90,000 per. That's way higher than the average teacher salary.
Where are you looking?
So second line from the bottom, 2 teachers for 180,000, and then 2 lines above that, 2 more teachers for 180,000. That's roughly $90,000 per teacher. That's way higher than the average teachers. Are there benefits that are rolled into that, or is that strictly the salary?
Yeah, that's benefits. That's everything involved.
That's the whole
in-
package.
Yes, yes, sir.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Kyle, do you have any questions?
So when I was reviewing the slide, when we got our packet, I couldn't help but think if it did the 995,893, and that would leave you about 320,000. My thought was that 322,000 would be very well served on getting the career technical education building back up. That was just my thought pattern.
I appreciate that thought. That's certainly something we're interested and willing to do, and that's something I can deliver back to my board. Thank you.
Bender? Stroud?
So, Mr. Davis, would the 1,322,606.22, could we, if we made a motion, could we put it into administrative, or where would that fall? The mathematics, what category?
Instruction.
Instruction. And if it was the will of the board, what would be the category we're putting the money into the CTE building?
That would be facilities.
Facilities. Okay. I'll make a motion. I don't know how it'll go. I make a motion to return $1 million to the schools in the instruction category, and $322,000, $606.22 in the facilities category.
I'm sorry, Mr. Consul, was that to reappropriate? I couldn't quite hear you. Was your motion to reappropriate those funds?
Reappropriate, return.
Thank you.
In those 2 categories.
Second.
Motion probably second. Any further discussion?
Yes, I have a question.
Yes, Ms. Bender.
Dr. Boyd, can you clarify what the school activity fund you're replacing for and how that would impact if I agree with the CTE, but I just want to know the impact.
So really what those funds are typically used for. So those are usually big school events. Graduation falls under that category. Any STEAM night often falls under that. Any miscellaneous expenses we have for student activities or teacher expenses throughout the year typically fall in that. Sometimes athletic expenses fall into that. This is really the school's activity funds that are expended throughout the year for miscellaneous expenses that I've described. And then we typically annually have reimbursed those. We didn't do that this year because of this process.
I just wanted to make sure, because will it affect those, if we didn't give the money back for that, would that affect those events, or are they still going to go on as?
What are the balances of those? So how much would that affect it? I guess, is that the question, Ms. Bender?
Yes, because
so I don't know what the current balances are, but I can tell you that right now we have, so for example, they front the money for the graduation at National Stadium. So they have not been reimbursed yet for that money for last year's graduation, which in turn they would probably use to put a down payment on this year's graduation. This is kind of money in and money out in different ways in those funds.
So what, that's 123,000.
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to amend can I amend my own motion?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, at the consultation of my finance team, Mr. Collins, whenever you make a motion, just take out any of the cents. Just keep it as whole dollars. It's just a little easier for financing and for accounting purposes. I know you're right down to the penny. I appreciate that more than anybody, but for finance, this just keeps it around the whole dollars. Thank you, sir.
All right. Could I amend my motion? I'd like to amend my motion to $996,000 to the instruction category and $200,000 to the facilities. And what would the category be for the school funding?
I think we can do that through administrative.
And $100,000 for the school reimbursement. I don't know how much is left.
That was about 1.2 million when you add it all up. You got about 100,000 left.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Motion properly second. Any further discussion? Roll call on this one. A roll call, Mr. Collins.
Aye. Thank you.
Aye.
Mr. Stroud.
Aye.
Ms. Bender.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, would you indulge me for one more second?
Sure.
So Dr. Boyd, I noticed in the CIP that you had $50,000 for a study for the CTE building. It is my opinion that you don't need a study. You already know what needs to be done there.
So we can certainly look into that. Thank you. And I sincerely appreciate you all considering this evening. It certainly makes a difference to the school division, and we really appreciate you working with us on this. So thank you so much.
Well, we appreciate you. What you said tonight was, we don't have to share this with you. I think we should share things. If there's ideas and things that you have and, second options, third options, we all want to know about all those things. That way we can work, not working in the blind, but, work in the open and just do things together. I think it's going to make things work a lot easier. So I appreciate you just being open with us tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairman Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Boyd. All right, next up, County Administrator Report, Mr. Matthew Smolnick.
Just one item, sir. There's a request, and I'm recommending to the board that you appoint me as county administrator to the Rappahannock Juvenile Detention Center Commission.
So moved.
Second.
Motion probably second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Votes aye. Motion passes.
That'll be my shortest county administrator report all year, sir. Thank you.
Just in here, we have the information items, county workload update. I'm going to give that.
Just the workloads have been updated based on all the different departments. It's there for your, for your review. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me and I'll get those questions or concerns to my department staff heads.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, we have sent a proposal to Waste Management, continuing to negotiate that. I noticed that was on, so just to give you an update, and I'm looking to see what their response is to that in the near term.
Thank you, sir. Chris, you have any updates for Parks and Rec? Anything you want to speak to? All right. I guess for the secondary public comment, please keep comments limited to 3 minutes. Give everyone a chance to speak. Please tell us your name and the voting district which you're in. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak? No hats today, Pastor Shaw? Appreciate it. Anyone online? Okay. So going once, twice, in public comment. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Sir, I'd like to adjourn, make a motion that we adjourn to Tuesday, February the 4th at 5:30 p.m. in the boardroom at the River Calm Building, sir.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Meeting closed. Thank you.